Welcome back to the beautiful tournament venue here in Kazakhstan for the FIDE Women's Grand Prix. We are about to start round 4, where things have really been shaken up on the leaderboard as Tan Zhongyi has the sole lead with 2.5 points. Follow the broadcast along on our YouTube channel and let us know in the comments who you're rooting for.
Welcome everyone to the live broadcast of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix 2024-2025. I'm your host, International Master Irene Sukandar, and I'm still joined by co-commentator, grandmaster Evgenij Miroshnichenko. How are you today, Miro?
Hey, well, waiting for the rest day, as I told you. Well, it's so intense. Each round takes a lot of energy, not only from the players, but from us commentators as well. However, there is not a rest day today. It's round 4. It's once again very tense round expected. Well, yeah, I don't know how it's going to turn out.
Yeah, so yesterday we successfully concluded the 1/3 of the event, and now we are entering the second third of the event. Round number 4 is about to start in about 4 minutes from now, and players are starting to get ready. And yeah, I agree with you, Miro. Not only for us, but for the players. Imagine their preparation before the games, and then their post-mortem analysis after the games. It should be taking lots of energies.
Yeah. So round 4, or as we were calling it, kind of the start of a middle game of a tournament, right?
Yes.
So the opening is played for some players. Well, Tan Zhongyi comes to mind. It was a very successful opening,
Right.
very good start. She's leading. For some, not so well, but there is still enough distance to come back.
Yep.
Yeah, and these are
The
our
pairings for today. Yes, and I will start from the top of the list. It's Aleksandra Goryachkina will be playing against Stavroula Tsolakidou, and Elisabeth Paehtz, who managed to finally get half a point yesterday, will be playing with the local heroine Bibisara Assaubayeva, and we'll see Humpy will be taking on Nurgyul Salimova, the runner-up of the last FIDE Women's World Cup, and Kateryna Lagno will be playing against Batkhuyag Munguntuul. And last but not least, we will have the youngster Divya Deshmukh will be playing against the tournament leader Tan Zhongyi.
Yeah, so what are particularly interesting games, in my opinion? Of course, yes, Tan Zhongyi will be following closely, but also I'm really interested in Goryachkina Tsolakidou, because Stavroula, for the time being, well, shows a very, very good play.
Yep.
However, that's perhaps the first game she plays against, the OGs, I would say, of the Women's Grand Prix, because Goryachkina, even though she's young, feels like she's been around for ages.
She's been very experienced on this, yes.
Yeah, so before that, Stavroula played with, well, her generation, so to speak, and now finally she gets to experience like a really tough opponent with the black pieces. So that's also the game I'll be kind of interested to see how it plays out.
Yes, exactly. And well, the middle boards, I would say, like Koneru Humpy versus Salimova, and also Lagno versus Munguntuul, I think. Well, I'm expecting a calmer situation on this board, but we'll never know, because they always keep fighting and fighting. And yesterday we witnessed that we had 3 decisive results and 2 draws, 2 fighting draws again, just like the first game. And now round number 4 is about to start, and players, I think, will be shaking their hands very soon.
Yeah, for Lagno, for example, once again, the result is what you probably would describe as awful for, from so it's 1 out of 3, and also the way she achieved this 1 out of 3. So she had 2 consecutive whites. She was winning against Goryachkina but failed to do so. Then it was a relatively calm draw against Divya Deshmukh. She didn't get any sort of advantage. Then she lost in round 3. So Lagno, it's not the last chance to go back, let's say, to bounce back, but she would very much like to, with the white pieces against Munguntuul. Yeah.
Yeah, and then also you mentioned yesterday, after the 3 rounds, no one is on 50%. Surprisingly.
I think it was called like the tournament kind of falls apart. So you have the leaders group and the outsiders group.
Yeah, but we still have 6 rounds to go. Yeah, anything can still happen, and the situation of the leaderboards will also probably be changing from time to time too. And well, just now actually on the video we see there's a ceremonial move on the board between Elisabeth Paehtz versus Bibisara Assaubayeva. It was first move e4, but Elisabeth put it back to its original square, so we never know what is going to be the first move actually.
Well, Elisabeth does play e4 though, right?
She plays everything. Yeah, she plays I think mainly also c4 and not f3, and d4 actually. Yeah, I think e4 is her most rare approach for the first move, but we'll see which one is. Oh, still e4.
It is e4.
So she sticks to the move that was being played before. Okay, first move e4.
So e4, and I do not know what to expect from Assaubayeva. Well, here's your answer:
Yes.
c5 and c3.
Well, Bibisara played e5 against Goryachkina
Yeah.
2 days ago.
Exactly. So
Yes,
remember
and
there was no Sicilians. Yeah.
there was no Sicilian, but she's also known to be a Sicilian
wait a
player.
sec, was it? No, we are wrong. It was some Sicilian.
No, it was e4, e5 against Goryachkina.
e4, e5.
With they let bishop takes c6, rule Lopez.
Yeah. You're right, because I thought it was some sort of Rosalimo. This before ideas.
Yeah, it looks
is
similar.
Like interlaps with Rosalimo. Yeah, that's why I thought it was some weird Sicilian bishop b5. But you're absolutely right. It was rule Lopez.
It is rule Lopez. They let bishop takes
it
c6.
was e4, e5. Yeah.
And I think what we are seeing right now is an Alapin because
Yes,
Elisabeth quickly replayed the c5 move with c3, and then we see this knight f6 variation in the Alapin.
Right, so the openings are Goryachkina, Tsolakidou, e4 from Goryachkina, impressive. Elisabeth Paehtz here on our screen. They are lapping Sicilian. Humpy Koneru started with c4, and that's pretty much it, like one move only. Lagno against Munguntuul, it's advanced
Caro-Kann.
variation of Caro-Kann, e5, and then Divya with Tan Zhongyi, d4, knight f6, and a bit of thinking on move 2.
Yep.
So I don't even know where exactly we should stay for the opening.
Well, I'm very interested in the game between Goryachkina versus Tsolakidou, but we
okay,
can
let's stay there then.
yeah, because we have so far we have 2 Sicilians right now. We have 1 Caro-Kann and 1 Queen's Gambit, or it can be anything now.
Well, Goryachkina versus Tsolakidou, bishop b5 was answered with e6, which is like one of the 2 moves that are mostly played. It's e6 or g6, and the fashion changes, right? So it was at some point it was more of an e6 move when I think Anand Gelfand match we are talking, okay, so some long time ago, but yeah, and then g6 as was played by Magnus, and yeah, like everybody started to play g6. After e6, the older theory would suggest you take on
just to
c6,
take, yeah.
but now Goryachkina castles short. Castle short, I think knight g to e7 would be the move.
Yes, knight g7.
Already played?
It is already played.
Yeah, knight g to e7, so to be able to capture the knight with another knight. And I'd say this is like one of the crossroads again for white. So white can play c3 and then after a6 go up. That's wrong arrows. c3 and then if a6 is played to go bishop a4, bishop c2. Or you go rook e1 and then after a6 you can hide the bishop on f1 even. And there is also d4.
Right.
That's a very kind of very modern, or relatively modern move. And I believe it was played maybe 50 years ago for the first time, but then like recently. Because strangely, like you just played the Sicilian, bishop b5 is strange, of course. But also black plays the particular line of the Sicilian. So black didn't play the knight of black, didn't play maybe something a bit more solid or the Sveshnikov. Goryachkina goes rook e1. Goryachkina goes
yes.
rook e1. So I guess
a6, yeah, a6,
and
then the bishop will.
You can take, but yeah, the main move, of course, would be just to go to f1. So Tsolakidou shown excellent preparation.
Yeah.
Last few, well, first 3 games, let's call it.
Yes, so this could turn into something else, but instead of a6, actually, she played knight d4.
Knight d4. Well, I guess it's possible. So there is this line which is considered to be not great. Knight d4, cd4, and if I'm not mistaken, white just castles, and later on goes d3 and possibly f4 even.
Yes.
But in this case, the rook is on f1, right? So now in our version, like if you take on d4, and you should probably still do it, like take on d4, d3, and so on. Apart from d3, it could be that he goes c3, right? It could be that he goes c3 and try to exchange this pawn. And once again, if black cooperates and takes, you take with the knight, and you're ready to build the center. And you hope that this is...
We might actually be seeing that variation that you just showed, Mira, because knight takes d4 happened.
Knight d4, yeah.
Yeah, c takes d4. And now it is a little crossroad for Aleksandra. Yeah, c3 is possible.
Or so c3, it's immediately challenging the d4 pawn, or you can play d3, knight d2, knight f3, maybe provoke some pieces to defend d4, and then go c3. So it's a little bit kind of a delayed version of the same. Yeah. Once again, quite interesting to... I would be interested to know what Goryachkina has prepared, like till what extent she has prepared, because she's not an e4
She's not an
player,
e4 player,
right,
but
so
in this tournament she already has played e4 before against Bibisara, and it was quite an original plan too that she did in the game. A little bit of theory, but mostly just her original maneuvers. And now she did c3.
c3, yeah. c3, I guess for the time being you can even go knight c6.
It's not gonna happen because a6 just being played
a6,
right now.
c3, a6. Okay.
So probably waiting for the bishop to move first before playing knight c6. So let's see where the bishop moves. I think it's naturally to f1, or you can actually play bishop d3. Yeah, you want to be in this diagonal.
You can put it on d3,
or
but
a4.
then black of course has all the incentives to not to take on c3, not to help white, but to go like knight c6. Right, you can make an argument for bishop a4, b5, say bishop b3, because this doesn't work yet. Queen f3 wins the pawn, right? And if not d3, then yeah, you have to somehow decide what you do with the d4 pawn. To knight c6, white possibly gets some additional options with a4,
And therefore, Aleksandra chose to play bishop f1 now.
Yeah, okay, bishop f1 perhaps is, as you said, the most straightforward, so white is happy to just put some pressure on black's center. Knight c6 should be the move, I'm guessing.
Knight c6 is played.
And this is where white has to decide how to go about this position, because d3, knight d2, knight f3 is perhaps too slow. You would like to force black to take on d4,
Right.
of course. Right?
So you can take it with the knight and play d4.
You develop the knight, you go d4, yeah, everything develops relatively fast. Yeah, b4 sounds reasonable. You also cover the c5 square, so the bishop cannot go to c5 to support the pawn. By the way, is it a pawn sacrifice? No, not really. I thought, like, is there a world where you can take knight c3? Probably not.
No, I think just take it with the
bishop
pawn.
b4 and so b4, if black takes, you just take back with the pawn. What else? Bishop d6 could be an interesting move. So you're not allowed to c5, so you're saying, okay, maybe I'll put the bishop on e5 to support d4. You might have some ideas here on h2, but what's kind of the drawback of bishop d6, that the bishop on c8 remains passive for quite a while. Well, by the way, just played, yeah, bishop d6.
Bishop d6, yeah.
Stavroula.
While you're analyzing that, I was trying to get some games out of this position, and I saw a very good game here. It's between Kateryna versus Caruana, just played in the last Olympiad. Yeah, and bishop d6 was the move.
Yep. And what does white do? Some knight a3, c4.
Bishop b2.
Oh, bishop b2.
And then you just take on c3, dc3, and then queen c7. And then eventually you'll try to get the bishop on c8 out via b7.
Yeah. Queen c7, white probably goes g3.
And
tricky.
Bishop b2 is already on the board now. So yeah, so far they've been following the main theory here. Well, for this line, of course.
The latest games, right?
The latest games, yeah. So bishop d6, bishop b2. Yeah, d takes c3 is very expected. If you want to play some sideline, there are also moves like bishop e5 or queen f6, but Stavroula just took the pawn.
C takes.
And d takes.
D takes.
Yeah, and queen c7 is almost certain.
You can go bishop e5 as well, right?
There is a difference. Bishop e5 was mentioned before, taking the d4 pawn.
Here, maybe knight d2. And
Knight d2,
knight,
yeah, because the knight can go to f3. So if you want to go bishop e5, probably you better do it before taking the c3 pawn.
Okay, yep, queen c7.
Queen c7. And h3. Yep. Saving the h2 pawn. And now it's time to castle. And speaking of Stavroula second, I mentioned not yesterday, the first round, I guess, when she played against Munguntuul and playing this e4, e5, the unusual third move the unusual fourth move in the roll-up is when you play knight g7, knight g6. It was the pet line of Nicolas Teodoru, and apparently Teodoru is also playing this line as black too.
So what black is supposed to do here? Some b6, bishop b7?
Castle.
I guess.
It's the main
Yeah,
move.
well, castle is what was played, right? And yeah, it is played in our game. It's like whenever I see this e5 square, something in me wants to play, like, you know, for e5 square, like to go
G5,
g5,
yeah,
rook
it should be
g8,
interesting.
bishop e5, this kind of things. But yeah, apparently doesn't work in this position, and there is no reason to. You can castle. White probably goes knight d2 nonetheless. Yeah, like knight d2 is one thing. You can... Guess you can consider going like a3, c4, knight c3.
Okay, so there are a few games here. Rook d8 being the main move, and
After
also
knight d2. Yeah.
after knight d2, also b5. And what Caruana did in his game is b6. So we have those three moves. I think they are very sensible moves.
Well, shouldn't be much for white, but also, like, compared to some opening lines, like say the Petrov or, you know, the Marshall, where after the opening there is no play left. It's I say pretty much an equal position, sometimes dead draw. This one, yeah, you can play on. So both sides have their trumps. So white is not unhappy with the outcome of the opening, neither is black.
Yeah, it's still very normal. White still maintains quite a slight advantage out of the opening, but yeah, it's still pretty much a game.
Yeah, so shall we move on?
Yep.
Elisabeth Paehtz with Assaubayeva, the, what do you call it, the Alapin Sicilian. Second move c3, and this one, okay, d6 used to be my favorite move against the Alapin. That's a longish theoretical line, yeah. d5, knight e5, bishop d7, takes, knight c3, rook d8, castles. I'm not sure, like there were debates, like do you play rook d8,
Or
do you play
e6.
e6, yeah, rook d8, castles. For what I know, queen d4, queen f3 is not recommended, right? So you're gonna still have to play e6, which Bibisara just did. And all of those positions is tricky because it's like when you look at look with the computer, it's all equal, but white has quite a few tries, and then you have to remember exactly how to react to all of those. Like I remember something with a4, maybe not here, maybe a move later, but there was something with a4. Like you could probably consider again queen f3, rook d1, and then a4 at some point.
Yeah, but most of these, looks like it's a bit drawish. Yeah? Many of the games end up with drawn position here, and black will end up having a pawn on c6 or something like that. But
yeah, like queen f3, and then when, let's say, when you are asked, you're just exchanging on c6.
Yep.
It's one of those lines, I guess, where white is not trying to get like as complex of a game as possible, but rather, tries to test opponent's knowledge.
Right.
So I go for some forcing line. If you remember everything, okay, good enough. We agree a draw, or rather we get like equal symmetrical position. If you don't, well, you're in trouble. So it's a way of testing your opponent's opening knowledge.
Right. Yep, and I think we can also see the other games. Let's see Koneru versus Salimova, because we have a car spot there.
Yes, this one is Koneru started with c4, but for the Queen's Gambit players, should I say Queen's Gambit declined. It doesn't matter if somebody plays c4, because there is this wonderful move e6, and you can't do much. Yes, so that's the most versatile the opening. Queen's Gambit decline, because against pretty much anything closed, you can play e6, d5, and they're gonna have to switch to. Okay, d4, knight f6, c takes. This allows knight e2 setup in the Carlsbad, right? So, which, by the way, white did not go for. Bishop d3, rook e8, knight f3, not knight e2. I'm very confused in this setup. So where you play queen c2, where you play after e3. By the way, could you play this?
Bishop there.
Yeah, like
but
too many things. Yeah,
but bishop f6, queen b3, yeah.
I guess.
If bishop
It's just
f5.
that I remember like some people play queen c2 here.
Yeah.
Right, and like kind of you think the logic is to avoid bishop f5, but e3, castle. Anyway, rook e8, knight f3. So now you can switch to something like very old, very classical, knight d7 and so on. I'm wondering if you can do something else.
Yeah, you can play c6 here. You can play h6, also knight bd7. I think it's just depending on what type of setup or variation that Salimova is going after.
H6, yeah, possible. Yeah, it's just that there are some setups where you would prefer not to have the pawn on h6, right?
Yeah.
Is there a way you can go in for an early knight e4? Well, technically you can. You're not losing anything here, but
it's too early because you take on e7 first.
Yeah, I'll have to take with the rook, I guess.
And then bishop takes, and then knight g5, something like that.
Knight g5, yeah, well...
And then can try g4, h4 or something that is attacking the...
Somehow I'm not scared, but little do I know. Yeah, well, okay, there is no reason not to play the kind of the old-fashioned setup with c6, knight d7. There is nothing wrong with it. Alright, so there is that. There is a game of Lagno versus Tan Zhongyi. Wow, this is something not very familiar to me. Knight f3, e6, knight b to d2 move. And strangely, I looked at it recently. Well, maybe not in depth, but I was kind of preparing this line with black. Not for my game, but for one of the students. And I remember like looking at various white's attempts to play this position, and I do not remember this combination of moves, knight f3 and knight d2. Because usually what they do is knight f3, bishop e2 castle, that's one line, or there is a line with knight d2, but then the whole point is like you want to play knight b3 quickly to fight against c5. So knight d2, knight b3, bishop e3,
Right.
stuff like that. The combination of the two looks surprising, even though there is nothing wrong. You can put the knight on b3. Black goes c5. And Lagno clearly indicates that she prepared bishop b5, bishop takes c6, castles, and c4 after bishop g4. To be honest, I'm a little bit worried for black. Because this move queen a4 will be very, very annoying. How do you like properly resolve the tension in the center? It's not clear. So the usual problem for black in this line that you have two guys opting for the same square, and it's not clear if you're in time to develop all the king side and castle. So if black gets to play, say, knight e7, knight f5, bishop e7 and castle, even like loses the c6 pawn in the process, doesn't matter. But how to achieve that?
Yeah, it feels like black is just behind in development, yeah? And it feels a bit uncomfortable.
It is very serious,
Yeah.
It is very serious lag in development. And moreover, so white's next move is pretty much clear. It's queen a4. And how to react to queen a4 is yet to be seen. So
Yeah.
okay, let's go with the sample line. I don't know, some move, knight h6, knight e7. I guess queen a4 happens. And then the c pawn is pinned. So one of the ideas for white would be to even like take on d5, where you cannot take back. But mostly it's the speculation that black kind of doesn't have a good move.
So I think queen b6 is a move.
Queen b6, yeah, but then after queen b6, white takes d5, and you are forced to take on f3. That's the problem, because like you take d5 with either pawn or the knight, and after dc5, that's a double attack on this bishop on g4. So that's why all of these bishop g4 moves should be done with care, because sometimes queen a4 happens, and not only queen disturbs this diagonal, but also indirectly attacks the bishop.
But what's the idea? Why the bishop from f5 just voluntarily moved to g4?
I guess to be able to take d4, maybe. Also vacating this square for the knight. So I'm guessing like knight h6, knight f5 becomes the idea. But it is somewhat artificial, yeah. It is somewhat artificial, and probably it's kind of a tempo that you could have spent on something more productive, so to speak. Yeah, I guess the problem is like if you take d4, this is where this bishop runs into a tempo. After knight e7, black holds for now, but not clear what his next move is. Or maybe it was possible to play like that, because c4 there will be some bishop d3. Yeah, I also doubt bishop g4 is the best move, or but it was the best move. Because now it does look quite annoying for black. I mean, you can take cd4 and for the split second your upper pawn, but once again after queen a4, too many threats, right? Knight d4, and if white gets to take on d4 with the knight, then the bishop on g4 is left kind of out of the game. And this just loses to queen c6.
Yeah, I think it is a surprise actually. I was just checking the variation of this line, that what Lagno did was surprising after bishop b5. Well, a move like you mentioned, knight bd2 itself is not one of
It's a rare move. Yep.
Yeah, it is not one of the main lines. I mean, it was being played before, but like a move like bishop e2, bishop d3, of course, they are the two main lines. So knight bd2, first of all, is not the main line, but Lagno played it, so it's like the sideline of the sideline. And after that, c5 was one of the main reaction to that. And then what Lagno did was bishop b5 check, knight c6, and here, instead of taking the knight on c6, most of the players played something else, like d takes c5, for example, or castle, or c3. But a move like bishop takes b5, I don't have any game in my database.
Yeah, so bishop c6 is a novelty
yeah.
according to what we see, but on the other hand, it is very logical. It is very logical, and to be honest, I'm even thinking, well, probably it's not a great idea, but sometimes what they would do is put this knight on d7 in order to go knight e7, and the other knight would go to c6. I guess here it's not the most brilliant idea.
Knight c6 was fine, bishop c6, bc6, but I think our suspicion was confirmed, because a move like bishop g5 looks really bishop g4 looks really artificial, and it is quite a bad move actually, because after c4 white just has a very clear advantage out of the opening. So instead of bishop g4, you can play any move, like developing move, for example a5 or bishop e7. This is what one of the moves that we talk about, like you have to somehow get some development of your side.
Oh, bishop e7 does not solve the problem with development of this knight, though.
The knight goes to h6.
Yeah.
So, or you can also play c takes d4, or even bishop g6.
Yeah, like I was thinking cd4, knight d4, and knight e7, but then you're somehow stuck a little bit. Can you, surprisingly, do this? And again, I'm implying that knight c6, queen b6, we trap the knight. And if, let's say, knight f5, ef5, I have a feeling like black should not be too scared of this pawn structure, because at least he gets to develop fast. I don't know. Yeah, so all we know that after c4 it does look very unpleasant for Munguntuul.
Yeah, it is unpleasant. Yeah, black is so behind in the development.
Okay, ultimately, let's check the game of our leader, Tan Zhongyi, against Divya Deshmukh. And here we have the King's Indian. Here we have the King's Indian, bishop e2, e5, castles, knight a6. Bishop e3, queen e7. Queen e7, it's either old or, I mean, either very old or very new move. Because I remember this used to be like the line: knight g4, bishop g5, queen e8, right? Then yeah, people would play this one. Queen e7, c5, ed4. What's going on here?
So I guess you have to take d6, or is there any... I mean, simple calculation after taking on d4, c5 will fall, but
yeah,
Divya...
It's how to say it, like, there is not much compensation if you just take d4 and they take on c5, so feels like you have to take on d6.
Mm-hmm.
Then I assume cd4, cd6 and something on d4 is at least, this at least gives white decent compensation for the pawn. Maybe it's not possible to take the pawn, I'm not sure. Yeah, like this one's probably too much, right?
Yep. cd6 has been played, and cd6 too.
Black takes with the
Yep.
pawn, yeah? cd6, cd6. So I guess after bishop d4, what you do is knight c5, and you attack this pawn as many times as possible. But it still looks suspicious, to be honest.
At the worst case, you can have e5 here, and saving it like that.
Yeah, but I'm thinking it should be very dangerous to take this pawn after, say, rook e1. Because doesn't matter what you take it with. I guess a move would be something like bishop c4, and then the pin is quite unpleasant. So white's gonna have a very serious initiative. So quite unusual, to be honest. Yeah, cd6 played.
Yeah, cd6. Can you take it with something else?
I think it was a knight. That's not a bad question to ask. Because knight e4 still looks like promising for white.
Knight d5, maybe?
Yeah, there is knight d5. There is knight takes e4, bishop f3 kind of thing. Knight d5, queen e5, I'm guessing.
Yeah, looks good.
Because like queen d8, there will be, among other things, there will be bishop a6, knight c6, queen e5, and this is where I question my previous move. Because
Bishop c4, I think it's still fine.
yeah, maybe bishop c4.
And then
Can I do knight f3? Look, knight f3 now. If black plays to any of the light squares, he's getting to some sort of a very nasty fork. So black has to go after b2 pawn and rook b8. You know, so rook b1. It's such a messy position because there is a fork for black. There is bishop a6 followed by knight c7 for white. So all of this has to be calculated. I don't believe in white's position here. Okay, it's too much. I'm just showing how crazy it can get. Now white takes with the bishop, which is a safer and healthier approach, if you will. Bishop d4, and after that, yeah, you're right. e5 is an option, but then black. It seems like black has little to worry about. Like rook d8 with the tempo, develop the bishop to f5. So if white wants to play for an advantage, it probably has to be
like
connected
rook e1,
with like some
yeah.
rook e1, some sort of pawn sacrifice, rook e1, or start with bishop c4, whatever.
Yeah, I think that might happen actually, because now knight c5 is on the board. Rook e1 looks like a very good move. You're developing, but also you are inviting your opponent to make the position dangerous for herself.
Right, and what you were saying about Tan Zhongyi, that she's a very practical player, so this opening choice as well, it's not the most solid line, right, against Indian, but also it puts, you know, this kind of pressure on your opponent. So it's either you want to be solid and you go, say, e5 in this position, do everything symmetrical, and then I have no problem, or you have to take some risks as well. Like rook e1, yes, white probably has enough compensation, strong initiative, but the pawn is a pawn, and some people, you know, enjoy a little bit of defense for material.
What about after rook e1, bishop g4?
Yeah, you are not forced to take this one. But I guess like
Just h3, yeah?
h3. If black takes, okay, black doesn't have to take, but I feel like if black takes, all of those are somewhat more pleasant for white. It's not much because the only weakness is d6, and it's not that easy to get to this. But yeah, it is something. And now even e5 in the right moment can be a bit of an advantage for white because 2 bishops.
Okay, and
What do we do?
Looks like Divya is still thinking, so let's...
Both Goryachkina, Tsolakidou and Paehtz Assaubayeva made a lot of moves, so we might want to revisit those.
Yep.
Let's say Paehtz Assaubayeva, the most forcing line. After e6, bishop to g5 was played. Bishop e7, trade on e7, queen f3 castles, takes c6, goes rook d1. This one looks just, just a way to trade the pieces off. I don't know if white has any shot at an advantage. And I wonder if black can kind of try to get a little bit ambitious with queen b4,
queen
exactly.
b4.
Yeah, queen b4. They're attacking both b2 and d4, and after say queen takes c6, if we can, we would much prefer to take the b2 pawn, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Take the b2 pawn, and d4 remains sort of weak. Actually hanging.
Yeah, so instead of taking the c6 pawn, probably after queen b4 we have to stop queen takes b2, yeah?
But then the other one...
The other one is under attack as well.
Yeah, you can wait for black to take this and then take c6, right? I say b3, rook d4.
I think c3 falls, yeah?
But I cannot... Yeah. That's what I thought. Like, you can trade, and maybe, trade, takes f3, there is rook c8. It's nothing you can do, you just lose the knight.
So probably saving the b2 pawn with something else, like rook d2 perhaps?
I think white's knight c4,
yeah, that's
other things,
uncomfortable.
Yeah, I'm guessing you actually have to go for something like that, and then after queen b2 go rook b1, chase the queen. Will not be surprised if it's just, still a long theoretical line where more pieces get traded and it's a draw at the end. Okay, so long theoretical line, but not very exciting, if you ask me. Like, it's too much simplification going on. And for Goryachkina Tsolakidou on move 16, we have a position like that. So after castles, knight d2 was played, b6 following as Caruana's game. Knight to c4, then the usual trick. I mean, you can put the bishop on f4 immediately, but instead black first gives a check, so just in case the f-pawn will be hanging, or after bishop b7, the diagonal is blocked, but still the king on h1 is under the scope of this bishop. So this check is useful. Bishop f4, and white just played bishop c1.
Yeah, it's an attempt, to try to occupy the d6 square.
Eventually wants to put the piece on d6, yes. So the question now is, how does black fight against it? I guess you have to take, right? Have to take on c1, because also b5's hanging. Or wait a second, can you play b5?
Well, you just played b6.
Yeah, I just played b6, but the position has changed. So it's a very concrete idea. b5. Now I cannot go knight d6 yet because the bishop is alive, and if bishop takes, queen takes happens, then one other things f2 is hanging. You can be tricky and go queen d2, but then maybe black gets enough time to develop his stuff. Or you can be super brave and you can say, I put the knight on d6, I sacrifice the f2 pawn, which is very risky, of course, but black lacks development.
Like a4 now?
Yeah, like maybe a4, maybe try to go for the king side. I don't know how you do it. Maybe go e5 for now and then bishop d3, you know. So I'm saying there are very interesting ideas. There are very interesting ideas, but if black doesn't play b5, could be that he's just worse. What would be the other option?
What about taking and then knight e5?
C1,
Yeah.
rook c1, knight e5. Yeah.
Knight d6 and knight c4.
There's knight
sorry.
d6. There's also
cannot play.
queen d6.
Queen d6.
I don't know which one is. Yeah, well, maybe queen d6 is not much. Takes, and say f6, knight f7, bring the king to e7, something like that. Even this one's not pleasant. Rook d1.
Yeah. b6, because b6 is kind of...
b6 weak, yeah, then c4, c5. All of those positions do not look that attractive, let's put it this way. And also, yeah, the plan B is, of course, to do pretty much the same, but with the queens on the board. To go knight d6, and again, c4, c5 is in the air. Looks like Goryachkina might be getting some advantage.
Okay, so not much going on other games, but Salimova finally set something there. The approach is a bit different there. I didn't expect that she would go for c5 here.
This one, wait a second.
Yeah.
So it's bishop g5 Carlsbad, which turned into bishop f4 Carlsbad. So here black played h6, as you said,
Bishop
and
f4.
bishop went to f4, c5. Now I'm even more confused.
I guess black is just trying to take the opportunity because the king is still uncastled. And now, let's say you castle, and then probably some pawn majority attack like with c4, and attempting to play, a5, b5 and things like this in the future. But if you take, then bishop takes c5, and the knight on b8 is coming to c6.
I feel like all this, like this set of moves, h6 and c5, is a little bit strange. Castles. Well, c4 could be, kind of taking pressure off the center too early, because then after knight c6 there'd be stuff like knight e5. So maybe if white castles, perhaps you still
Knight c6,
you still go knight c6 and let's say this isolated pawn position you might be happy to play. White bishop on on d3 is like all the white pieces. Now that I'm looking at it, all the white pieces are like in a vacuum, well developed, all good, but against the isolated pawn you would prefer it somewhere in some other fashion, like I guess bishop on b2 and stuff. So yeah, not impossible to play like that, as it turns out. Okay, maybe I should not be doing this, like taking on c5 at all, but just
castle.
Castles, yeah.
And after knight c6, maybe you can just play rook c1, something
Wait,
like
can
that.
I go knight b5? I know it's normally there is a reaction for black, but I just realized it's not that. It's a very straightforward threat, but it's not that easy to stop. Some knight h5 stuff, maybe.
Ooh, Koneru took on the pawn.
Koneru takes c5 immediately.
Yes.
With the king uncastled. Okay. Guess bishop c5 happens.
Not yet. I don't think Salimova is actually on the board.
Yeah, but I mean, what could be the other move black's gonna play?
I was
The moment she
thinking-
returns, she'll take the pawn, right?
Yeah, I was thinking the same too. So yeah, bishop c5, and after that, white has to castle for sure.
Yeah, well, the thing is that after we've exchanged on c5, knight b5 can be answered with rook e7.
Or is
Yeah.
there anything else there?
There could be, but I mean, at the very least, I'm like looking at it from black's perspective. So black is not worried about knight b5 because at the very least you have rook e7. There could be some knight h5s and stuff. dc5. But Humpy's she really likes this type of play
Position, yeah.
against the isolated pawn. Yeah, I remember her a long time ago. Remember her playing various Nimzos. Bishop b4, e3, I think. What was the line? d5. So bishop d3, c5, f3, castles, knight to c6, and this is where like people play a3 and play, you know, with a lot of pawns, and she would go like cd5, ed5, dc5.
Just try to
And play
clarify
this
this
position. Yeah, the bishop
yeah.
on c1. Oh, sorry, the bishop would be on c1. But yeah, other than that, it's a very similar position. And so she's not unhappy with this structure in this turn of events.
Yeah, I think Koneru has this tendency of not keeping the tension too much, especially in the center. She likes to clarify it and then moving on with her own ideas instead of letting her opponent to, you know, put the tension on and then making some more complications. So yeah, I think her approach is very simple here.
Yeah, but she has, you know, she has the class for that, right? So some players, they need to, you know, to complicate, to muddy the waters in order to win. Humpy, on a good day, she would, as you said, like she would prefer the clear structure, so her positional understanding can tell. Yeah, we have a bit of a pause in pretty much every single game, right?
Yeah, they are, I think, just finishing their opening stage, except I think Lagno versus Munguntuul, which we can come back now for a little bit, because after quite a long thought, I think close to 30 minutes of thinking,
Yeah.
Munguntuul finally decided to play queen d7.
Queen to d7, anticipating queen a4, which, by the way, white can still do.
Yes.
So if I get it correctly, like white's task in this position is just to wait for black to run out of useful moves,
Useful
and
waiting
eventually,
moves, yeah.
and eventually decide what develops first. So queen a4 in this regard seems reasonable. I don't know if you want to start taking. That's probably too early, right? Guess you do deploy the queen to a4 and then you see.
h3 is also, I think you can include h3.
Is always useful. But after bishop h5, it's unlikely that you're gonna play g4. So it's more of a like, let's include h3 just in case. And I'm thinking in this position, you probably start with queen a4, because remember, in some variations, the fact that the bishop was on g4 was actually helping white. So there were some tactical tricks connected with this. If we push the bishop away, it will no longer be hanging on g4.
Yeah, I think queen a4 is always the idea, yeah?
Queen a4 seems like a nice move. As pretty much anything you are planning to do, like queen a4 doesn't spoil it. Like you can go queen a4 and think of b3, bishop a3, even,
Yeah.
like exchanging the dark square bishops.
Right. Okay, so while everyone is still pausing right now, because again, you also have to be very careful when you just finish the opening and then getting on to the middle game, because this is also the critical moment of the game, yeah?
Transition.
The transition, yeah.
From the stuff you knew to the stuff that looks familiar but maybe has some, you know, some new plans, some new tricks.
Right, and the players, most of the players actually should be on their own right now, just out of the preparations. So I think it's the perfect time to take our first break, and then we'll come back and then show how the middle games for the players are. So stay tuned. We will be back in a few minutes.
我的心情应该说非常的激动，但从外表看起来比较平静，但是内心里早已波涛汹涌。后来去休息室也大哭了一场，就是情绪很难用语言来形容吧，一种如释重负的感觉。
I've been thinking about it since the time I started playing chess, so it's nothing different to me. The match in itself is something that I've always wanted to be playing, and now that I've got the chance, I'm grateful for the opportunity.
我记得最后一盘棋，我就是在一个少一兵的撤兵惨剧中，也是费尽千辛万苦把这盘棋夺下来了。如果没有顽强的意志，我可能就没有办法能下到加赛。
The main approach is to go to every game in the right mindset, be fully ready physically and mentally, and just go there and play good moves. And yeah, I'm going to try my best. In general, I'm very universal, and I can play all types of positions, and my calculation is usually quite precise and deep.
我的优点比起他来，可能年纪稍微长一点，经验更加丰富一点。然后在棋上面，我可能比较擅长一些子力调动的类型的局面，然后我可能技术处理上比较细腻吧。
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection, and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change, from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we are mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The Year of Social Chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
Hello, welcome back everyone. And now we are entering the middle games of round 4, where everyone just left their opening stage and now probably they're already on their own thinking what to do, what is the best strategy for the next few moves. And while we are going to one of the games, I think this is one of the most interesting one of the days. Yeah, it's Goryachkina versus Tsolakidou. There have been some developments in this game. There have been some move after Bishop C1. I think
Bishop C1 was
the last move that we saw.
Move we've seen. So usually, and I think like it wasn't the case in previous rounds, but usually the second hour is the slowest one. Because people know their stuff. So first hour, like 15 moves, you're guaranteed to be played. Then at some point during the third hour, some of them are already in a time trouble, or a time deficit, and they speed up. But the second hour usually, it can be we sit there for 1 hour and a couple of moves played in each game. So in this case, after Bishop C1, Black went with Rook B8, defending B6. And Goryachkina did not force matters. She just played A4, which makes perfect sense. So now B5 would be even more problematic to play, because after AB, this pawn is a real target, right? So Bishop F4 followed by Queen D2, or even simply going back to A3 and targeting B5 is quite unpleasant.
Right.
So just A4, keeping the tension, expanding on the queen side a little bit.
Or also maybe additionally you can think about A5.
Sometimes even A5 is an idea, and the main kind of motif, the main problem for Black is the development, or rather lack thereof, for the bishop on C8. So if you can somehow arrange things in such a way that the bishop plays, you're probably doing okay.
Right, after A4, Stavroula is deep in thought right now, and therefore Aleksandra has quite some time advantage here, like 20 minutes different.
20 minutes. Stavroula, if I'm not mistaken, she did get herself into a time trouble in round 2 against Bibisara, if I'm not mistaken.
It was yesterday.
Or it was yesterday, yeah?
No, Bibisara was yesterday against Tsolakidou.
So so it wasn't against Salimova in round 2. Yeah, there was, because I remember we were speculating that both of them, they are like really known for spending a lot of time, and Stavroula sometimes gets into a time trouble, and this is exactly the situation where you could expect her to do so, because the position is far from being simple. The bishop on C8 is still a problem. Okay, we can try to move on.
Yep, which one would you like to see? Maybe Lagno Munguntuul?
Lagno with Munguntuul, at least, like it's a very interesting opening. Alright, so after Queen A4, we were talking about how problematic it is for Black. Black went Rook to B8. And now, I'm guessing DC5 is a bit of a relief for Black to see, because I wonder if White should have kept the tension in some way. I don't know, like Rook B4 could be something that bothers you, but maybe you play A3 and then you're preparing to take on C5 and go B4 whatever. Yeah, because after what happened in the game, White captures on C5, Black preventively takes on F3, so there is no nonsense on the 4th rank. I say, if you'd take on C5, then this could be problematic. CD5, the bishop attacked, and you'll have to take with the e-pawn. I'm not saying that this is bad necessarily, but there are tactical possibilities, like knight B3 first. Then after bishop B6, who knows, maybe E6 is the move?
There is after knight B3, probably also you can play Rook B4.
Rook b4, yes, rook b4 is an option. Because knight c5, rook a4, knight d7, bishop d7, you're probably fine. Up, dc5, bishop c5, c takes, e takes, knight b3, rook b4. Well, queen a5 in this case, so queen a6. That's still... but then you'll take on f3.
Yeah.
Right? Queen a5, you can take f3, and queen g4,
Queen g4 is
happening.
coming. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so black captures f3, knight f3, bishop c5, c takes, queen g4, which is like white's attempt to disturb black's kingside development. I don't think you can go like with French defense ideas to sacrifice pawns, because yeah, the king will be stuck in the center. So
f5.
the threat to the g7 pawn has to be addressed, and she does so with f7, f5, yeah?
Yes.
f5, again a move with the tempo. Now, what are the options for white? Like option A, to simply take on f6, which helps black develop, but also creates weaknesses. Right, so knight f6. That's like, it's weaknesses for black, but at the same time there's like some initiative, right? Knight e4 potentially, like, okay, black
and the
will
rook is
castle.
on f8 later
Black
on.
will castle short next move, but then, yeah, so that's tricky. Like queen h3 or g3, that's the choice. Black castles nonetheless.
Knight e4 is coming. I feel like black is a bit comfortable now.
Yeah, like the feeling is black developed everything. Yeah, so the big question is what do you do after f5? You could go queen g3 and say, you know what, you still cannot develop the g8 knight, but then the center is blocked, and maybe black gets some time to prepare. It's not clear how do you prepare this knight's development though. Maybe queen g3 is the move, in fact.
And she did it. Yeah, queen g3 just happened on the board. Yeah, because you're right, the knight still cannot be developed. You cannot go to e7. If h6, I think you can just simply take it, right?
Yep.
So I think eventually black has to play a move like maybe queen f7. I don't know. I'm not sure actually. Something to do with the g6.
G5s, yeah.
Yeah, something to do with the the g7 pawn.
Well, one thing you can do with black, you can play some rook b4, intending rook g4, and then if h3 happens, I don't know, I had some theory here, but I'm not sure if it works. Like to put the rook on e4, no, doesn't look so attractive. Queen g3.
But you're right. I think white is losing the advantage a little bit compared to the initial position.
Yeah, kind of slows down.
Yes.
Yeah, there is a feeling that white slows down, still plays for some inefficiencies in black's development, but say after queen a4, it looked like almost white's gonna crush. Like if black plays makes one more mistake, white could win a miniature game. Now it's some like longer game, and yeah, God knows how long it's gonna take. But black has to find a clever move here in order to finish the development. It could be, you know, I'm not a big fan of, but g6, knight e7, castle, because yeah, it's still very hard. Like when f5 played and not captured en passant, it's very hard to create a real attack on the king side, especially with this limited amount of pieces on the board. So yes, of course, ideally I would prefer to go knight e7, and somehow queen g7 is too dangerous, but it's not. Yeah, white's gonna just take, and then let's say if in this position your king is on b8 and rook is on e8, then you have like a real compensation, maybe more than that. But like with king on e8, it's a very speculative pawn sacrifice, or rather two pawn sacrifice.
Right. Okay, so Munguntuul is still thinking after queen g3. She still has some homework to do with the knight on g8. And I think we can move on to Koneru's game for a bit.
Yeah, Koneru with Salimova. So here, dc5, bishop c5 happened. White castles, black went knight c6. h3 stopping bishop g4. a6 stopping knight b5, and this kind of moves. Rook c1, knight bishop a7, sorry, and knight e2 to control d4. Salimova replied with knight e4. So now, how do we progress from here? Like, one way to play would be to go bishop b1 to put the knight on d4 and be able to take with the, let's say, to maintain the blockade on d4 and not to capture with the pawn, because an immediate knight d4, while possible, I'm not sure if it gives much. Well, maybe it does give something. It's hard to tell.
For what? For Fufu?
For white still, no? Like
yeah, Rook c7's coming.
C7 and stuff, yeah. But seriously, it's hard to tell. Like, all I know, like, give black a couple of moves, black will be super safe.
Like queen h4, maybe. What do you think about queen h4? Just trying to attack the king side, if possible.
Yeah, not bad at all.
Where does the bishop go? Or maybe...
Exactly. There's a problem with this bishop, yeah. There's a problem with this bishop. And yeah, I guess queen h4 works, yeah. So, all I'm saying, that's why perhaps white doesn't want to put the knight on e4.
Or she actually did it, just...
She actually did, yeah.
Knight e2, d4.
e2 to d4. Well, what I've realized that black has to be careful, because after knight d4, I'm actually taking with the pawn, I guess. I mean, I can take with the pawn and make an argument, you know what, the bishop on a7 is not great. So we have kind of similar pieces, symmetrical structure, but white is a bit more active, a bit better developed. And now the knight on f3 controls h4, so I don't have to worry about that. So if black decides to trade, could it be that it has to be bishop there? But no, but then I take with the pawn, right? We'll see. Knight e4, at least if we trust the evaluation bar, it was leaning towards position being in white's favor before this knight e to d4 move. It was like 0.2, 0.3 in white's favor, like the usual evaluation that you get in isolated queen pawns positions.
But
and
now it's
now
just
after
0,
knight
0.
d4 it says zeros, which probably means black can somehow like trade on d4 comfortably and equalize. Yeah, so far I'm yet to find something which looks like really exciting. Lagno's game was promising, but I don't know if it still is.
There is some action currently happening in the game between Divya versus Tan Zhongyi, because there's some pawn sacrifice that Divya did, which was accepted.
Well, they started moving, because for me it was frozen in this position. So it's like in half hour only one move was played, knight c2 e4. Eventually, Divya decided that she goes bishop c4, knight c3 from Tan Zhongyi, relatively fast. Okay, I mean, you take back on c3, that much wait a second.
You can take the queen as well.
You can take on e7.
And you have to take the queen.
Knight d1. And moreover, you're not even forced to take d1. You probably still do, but technically you can show off and say, you know what, the knight is trapped, and like a move like knight g5, but it's not very serious.
Yeah.
Like black's gonna have d5 or something.
I think you have to take it.
So I guess you just take, and like looking at this position, I have a feeling that white has to have enough compensation almost for sure, because, you know, black's extra pawn is the d pawn, so it's on an open file, it's weak and so on, and also the rook on the 7th rank attacking f7, b7 and so on looks very promising. However, all that being said,
You also are not forced to take the queen, yeah? Let's see other moves, like for example, take the knight on c3 instead of the queen.
Yeah, that's option B for white, of course. Say queen c7. But then the question is, do we like really win more tempi on this queen, or maybe we are actually slowing down? Because I liked, in the other line, I really liked our rook on on the 7th
it looks
rank.
good. It looks
And
good.
here it's like the bishop's hanging, so I have to spend time, you know, defending the bishop, or moving it away. Like queen b3, I'm guessing d5 is something that black is not unhappy with. Just return the pawn, but simplify.
Yeah, Divya is a bit behind on the clock. It's almost about 30 minutes different. Actually, more than 30 minutes different. And she took the queen.
She took on e7, yeah.
So I think next move should come very fast. Knight takes
Knight
d1.
is easy to predict.
And then also rook takes d1, yeah? Yes, and she just did
D1,
it.
yep.
So what can black do in this position then? Because even though black is up a pawn, but there are so many things around the back rank. It's
I'm
pretty
guessing
passive.
d5 I want to play. And then probably bishop b3. And I can almost always say go bishop g4,
Yeah.
take on f3 and simplify, but it's a pawn on b7. I'm guessing can black be even more ambitious and for now kind of keep to this pawn, like go a5, hoping to go a4, expand a little bit on the queen side. So I'm starting to question myself. I said like white has to have like full compensation. Maybe there isn't even full compensation for the pawn, which I'm very surprised with. But I don't see a comfortable way of getting the pawn back. At least a4 is
Yeah,
just,
a4 is quite
just
a
annoying, yeah.
quite a threat there.
After a5. After a4 for white. Maybe now you go bishop g4.
And after rook b7?
Rook d7, rook b7. I was thinking, can you do this? Like takes over here, go rook b8, so that the white has to trade, right? Then maybe rook b5 though.
Yeah, rook b5 looks good.
Yeah, I was hoping like if you have to trade and move the bishop, then some knight h5 and b2 would be hanging. But yeah, but maybe after rook b8 there is rook b5. And it is annoying. Yeah, like whenever you get this situation with white having a pair of bishops, it's, you know, in practical terms, I'd say unpleasant to play with black, because you probably never win this position as black, and sometimes you lose. So that's kind of not very positive in terms of expected value. So yeah, black still to prove, or rather to demonstrate the way he's equalizing.
Or is a move like, I don't know, b6? It looks very slow, but just want to solve that problem so that the bishop can move.
Yep, b6 and then, yep, also possible. Also possible, yeah. Knight g5.
No d5.
You gotta play d5 anyway. Bishop moves, and now you can even play h6 if you want. Ah no, wait.
Why?
h6 there is a trick. Knight f7. And after rook f7, white captures on f6. And now if bishop f6, it's rook to f7 and bishop to d5.
So you have to play rook takes e7, perhaps bishop e7, then
so like this,
bishop e6.
This. 6, knight takes, rook takes this one. Rook e7. Wait a second. bishop d5 still.
Then bishop e6 also.
Bishop e6. And yeah, this one works for black. And if I take on e7, then
Bishop
e6
e6
still. Yeah, and b2 is hanging. Yeah, this one is acceptable for black. Yeah, so it has to be one of the lines like this. I'm not saying that black is in trouble, but he has to be careful and find.
And b6 is on the
b6
on the board.
is on the board.
Yeah.
Yeah. b6 is on the board. If not knight g5, what else can white do?
What about a move like h3, just stopping bishop g4? Because that bishop on c8 also still cannot go.
Oh wait, but you can do
Now you can play d5, yeah?
d5, and if this, like bishop e6 is the thing, and also bishop a6 is the thing. Yeah, well, h3 definitely worth some attention. What I would like to do is somehow trade on f6, keep the rook on the 7th, so like f7 is constantly hanging, but it doesn't work. Like when I start looking into these lines, it doesn't work. Like, you know, it's already 2 pawns. How can black possibly be worse? Or
Maybe
you can
there's
go bishop e6.
there's knight g5 as well.
Like if I take
If bishop
there is
b2, knight g5.
yeah.
So I think you
Maybe
have
I
to
still
stop
have
it.
to go bishop g4 like that, but then you take
Yeah.
b6.
Bishop f3, rook f6.
Bishop f3 almost loses to rook f6, right? It's an annoying position for black. Maybe now you take b2. After knight g5 you have... Sorry, you have bishop e5.
Oh no, there's one line. Maybe it is more. Oh no, I was thinking of rook a8, but you can just take the bishop because.
In which position? Here?
Yeah.
Yeah, rook a8, I thought of it, but it's not a checkmate. There is
Yeah, bishop
bishop
f1.
f1. Okay, I guess we'll find out what the plan is. Computer like white slightly, 0.3. The evaluation is 0.3 in white's favor.
I see.
Let's move on, I guess. Let's see.
I'd like to see the game between Paehtz versus
Paehtz
Assaubayeva.
Assaubayeva. Yeah.
Because we leave it after queen b4.
Queen to c6, queen to b2, a b1, queen a3, queen c5, queen a6. It's so simplified.
Yeah, it is very simplified. I mean, I think you can also afford the move like d5 now if you want to get rid of this pawn.
So e5, knight d5, knight d5.
Oh, rook. Sorry, queen a2. Yeah.
Yeah. Knight d5, rook d5, queen a2, and we are a pawn down. This is something we do not really like.
But many moves could be equal here. What about? I mean, it depends on what Elisabeth wants in this position, right? If she wants to keep the game alive, then
That's very hard for white to keep this game alive. Like
rook c8 is coming.
keeping the game alive means you're accepting a worse position, right? So she would, contrary, I think she would pretty much like by that point to, to shut the game down, to just somehow organize a range d5 and liquidate everything. The question is how to do it properly. I mean, one thing you can consider maybe is going like a4, but then again, I have a feeling I'm opting for some inferior endgame.
Rook
a1, yeah, queen b3,
queen a7,
queen a7, and some sort of
rook d5.
rook d5. You're almost guaranteed to lose the d4 pawn, like later on after rook d8 and so on, and it will be a draw. But again, it's white who is working for this draw.
Can I try to sacrifice my pawn, but And
This
instead, no, playing knight. But I want to play knight e4, and if black cooperates taking the pawn, and I want to play queen g5. But here, of course, you have rook d5, knight d5.
I guess knight d5.
Or rook d5 and double up the rook. Yeah.
Make sure that everything is super safe. Yeah, rook d5 is not bad. Yeah, it's a weird position. Like with white, I can imagine the more you calculate, the more ghosts you see. You know, there is no like pleasant solution. At least not the one that I can see here. And indeed, you're probably looking at like arranging d5 in some way.
What about rook b3?
Yep, it's an option. But again, if I want to play like really dumb chess, can I do this? Knight d5.
Rook a3.
Rook a3. I don't have any squares in. Yeah, it is dumb, really. Okay, queen c8. It's a pawn down. Queen d6. Queen takes, rook takes, knight d5,
takes, and take a7.
Rook a7. I guess just a draw, right? Rook d8, g6, e5 if needed.
Yeah, it should be just a draw.
But that one is kind of good for white then. If we were saying that white wants a draw, yeah, after rook b3, maybe rook c8 is the move, like to disturb a little bit.
And queen g5.
Like if you go that way. I understand what you want.
Yep.
But also there will be queen e2 maybe.
Not now though.
No. Yeah, not bad. Yeah, perhaps rook b3 is a clever move because the knight is hanging there, so it's kind of multitasking. You want rook a3, you defend the knight, and also sometimes you shift
that was the
shift
idea.
the rook over the third rank to the king side. Yeah. So we don't know what the position is, but we figured out what is the move we like. Yeah, which is rook b3. Compy slightly favors black, but 0.1, so should be drawish.
Okay, and okay, there are not so many moves coming on the other games, but the game between Goryachkina versus Tsolakidou have been simplified a lot.
Yeah, a couple of moves. Oh, well, more than a couple of moves. The queens were traded. So after a4, I said b5 is risky.
But she did it anyway.
Immediately it was played. b5, bishop takes, queen d2. Black exchanges on d2, goes d6. This one is a weak pawn. This one is a weak pawn. The question is, where do we get the knight? Maybe take over here, go knight b3, and potentially to a5. Yeah, too many weaknesses, like d6 in some cases, b5. The good thing for black is white king is far away. Like with the king on b2, I'd be almost sure that white's winning, right? This endgame. So white has a weakness of his own, which is the pawn on c3. But
yeah,
I wouldn't like playing this black against Goryachkina, to be honest. Like she's a very good positional player when it comes to squeezing like little advantages. She can keep tension for quite a long time.
Right, and not only the pawn on b5 that is quite weak, but also potentially the pawn on d6, yeah, in the near future.
I'm actually not sure like how do you react to
after knight
knight
b3
d3 at all, because like the main problem is perhaps like rook d1. And maybe rook d8 is what you do, and again you try to bring the king over.
But there's going to be a very tough time after knight f5, knight f5, rook f5.
Yeah, sorry. Of course, not a5, but a b. This this. Maybe black doesn't have to take after knight a5, but rather does this.
But rook d1?
Rook d1. Bishop e8. Then you trade and
put
yeah,
the rook here. Put the rook on a6 or f3 first, yeah?
I should probably take and go here. Guess f3. Still unpleasant. Like black is not in time, yeah.
Goryachkina did rook d1.
Rook d1 first.
Yeah, rook d1 first.
Makes a lot of sense. So keeps the tension here. The rook is already on the d file.
Because
it's needed.
also probably the knight will go to b1 to a3 maybe. That's possible.
Yeah, but this is what surprises me, because I've originally thought that the whole plan was to take and to go to a3, but I guess she wanted to trade the queens as well. So that's why she took and went queen d2. So rook e d1, a b, knight b1, knight a3 is, yeah, it's definitely something to consider. Rook d1, rook d8. Stavroula for now just plays kind of reasonable moves.
Yeah, rook d8 and like what you said, king f8, king e7, it could be on the way. And
so it's already an endgame here. Shall we look at something a bit more complex?
Let's go Lagno Munguntuul.
So look, we have two endgames already, right? The Divya with Tan Zhongyi, queens were exchanged very early.
And Paehtz Assaubayeva almost in the endgame if the queens are exchanged.
Lagno with Munguntuul. After
H6.
queen g3, black played h6.
Yep.
I'm not sure if she intends g5. It's more of a covering the g5 square, right?
I don't think anything's bad about g5. I think it's such a good idea.
Yeah, white stops it anyway. White stops it. So
And now maybe the move like rook b4.
well, now after h4 played, yeah, rook b4 kind of makes a lot of sense. Intending to put the rook on the g4 square.
Yeah. And the funny thing is, if you play queen g6, king can just go to f8. And then the queen on g6 might be a bit uncomfortable there.
Yeah, rook g4 is threatened.
Also, there's knight
Knight
e7,
yeah.
followed by g6. Yeah, what to do after rook b4 then?
I guess you play bishop f4, because knight e7 is still not possible. So you develop the pieces, and you are planning to go like rook c1 or something. But it is already very tense, right? Even rook takes b2 is not entirely impossible.
Yeah.
Rook b2, because the original plan was rook b1. And it does involve a blunder, but now after some consideration, I'm thinking it could be a good blunder, because, yeah, originally, of course, I've blundered bishop f2, but queen f2, rook b8, I don't know what it is.
King f7.
King f7 and say rook f2, because it's very hard for black to unpin his things, and rook b2 is coming. Maybe king g6 to h7 and this way defend the rook. Yes, it's very, very tricky. It's very tricky, but I do support rook b4. After bishop f4, you don't have to take b2. Like if it doesn't work somehow, if it's too scary, you don't have to do it. Don't have to do it. Like one of the things to do would be just to go king f7, knight e7, and then move the rook. I'm warming up to black's position, and you know what? The engine does the same. The evaluation is minus 0.6. So
I have an idea. If you really want to trap the bishop on f4, There's a move like after bishop f4. What about like queen a4? Oh, okay, there's
Wow.
b3, yeah?
Queen a4. Wait a second. G7.
Oh, sorry, G7 is
do
hanging.
not forget.
Yeah.
G7 is still there.
There is this idea as well, but I kept calculating it and couldn't find the right moves or the good ideas after g5, hg, and then knight takes g5. It looks like it should be the spirit of the position, but after
You
knight takes
wanted this,
g5,
right?
yeah. After knight takes g5, I still couldn't find what should be the follow-up for black in this position. Or maybe we should just sacrifice like that and then what to do here, like queen g7 or
Looks like we are a piece down. Queen g7, or rather, a pawn
No, I
down
mean-
for queen g7. Yeah, because originally I thought queen g7 is impossible because the knight e6, but then you
Queen
do
h7,
something very
yeah.
straightforward. Ah, wait, I have queen h2. I have queen h2. It's defended. It's weird. It's like we, as black, like we have some active pieces indeed, but also we have the knight on g8 and the king in the center. So like opening literally everything might be a bit too optimistic.
or maybe
Okay, for
What to do
instance, just for clarity's sake, knight e7 becomes a possible move now, because if you take black goes rook g8 and black goes rook g6, and it's repetition, right?
there's queen
And
h5.
now- yeah, there is queen h5. Even this one's wrong. Yeah. It's a bad repetition.
Okay, I still like rook b4,
Yeah,
bishop
rook b4 is
f4.
good.
What about
B4 is
queen
good.
f7 first?
Before bishop f4 and then queen f7.
But the c file,
c-file, yeah, rook
the c
c1.
file.
It's almost to any move I can reply with rook c1. Like rook b2, I don't have to go rook b1, I can also go rook c1. And then if the bishop moves, there is this check, and somehow it's,
Yeah, it works.
you know, checking your fate. It's tricky. It really is. It really is. Well, Munguntuul, he's an interesting player. So she lost 2 and won 1, right? And now again, that's if you tell me all the games today will finish in a draw except one, I would pick this one not to finish in a draw, because the other ones are like one side has a bit of advantage, but the other one can defend. This, I'm not even sure who has the advantage, or rather it changes. It was white, now it's black, but it's very unbalanced. It's very unbalanced, even like in a long run. White has, you know, the majority here, black has a defended pass pawn in the center, so like 20 moves from now, if let's say if no one blundered the rook, if no kings get checkmated, still you cannot create a symmetrical position out of it.
Right.
So even for the end game, there will be some factors for each player.
Yeah, this is definitely an interesting position, and yeah, whether white can use the advantage that the king is still in the center, or whether black is actually fine. Yeah.
Yeah, like if black develops, probably should be scared with white. Rook b4. Yeah, maybe I don't need to, now that I'm thinking. Can it be that just like king f7, knight, or queen f7, knight e7, and castle still? Because queen f7, like later on maybe we'll go to h5 or something, like after knight e7 and short castle.
Just calm.
Yeah, finish the development.
Yeah, that's possible too.
Because, like, look, for instance, in this line where we were taking on b2, we were spending a move with the rook and then taking on b2. And now we can, I don't know, still consider capturing, or just go knight e7 and, okay, rook c1, we just drop the bishop back. The squares are guarded, the rook is not going anywhere. I cannot castle there, I keep forgetting that if I castle, it's
H6 is
bishop
hanging.
h6, yeah.
Well, still there's no more move by Koneru. I mean, just an exchange on d4. And
We switched to Koneru's, right? Just quickly. 94, 94, 84. Yeah, we discussed this
it's been
little detail.
It's been doing for quite some time still. No move yet from Salimova.
Divya with Tan Zhongyi, also not a lot of moves. After b6, white, quite interestingly, played bishop b3 sort of in a preventive manner. So now d5 is not a tempo anymore. And then waiting for black to showcase her
what's the idea,
further intentions.
And in the game between Paehtz versus Assaubayeva, this is probably the one to finish.
Wow.
For
queen b5 and queen takes and knight d5
and rook b3.
Rook b3 was playing.
Yeah. Preparing to take on a7, but also, well, just to exchange everything, I guess. Yeah, this one is going to be likely a draw, and probably the first one to finish.
Depends.
Depends, yeah.
Depends on what material we get, right? Because I can, kind of see if, let's say, both A pawns are coming off, but the knights stay somehow. I don't know. G6 takes this, and let's pretend this happens, and like for whatever reason knight c3 is not played. But still, it's like black can torture almost better, forever, yes, right? Like, I mean, this pawn is weak. If you ever lose this pawn, then 4 versus 3 with knights on the board is not very pleasant.
Or if after knight a7, there's also rook a3. Like say you play g6, knight takes, and then rook a3 or rook b7. I don't know which one.
Yeah, like rook b7 is probably what you want to do. Yeah, I shouldn't be giving the pawn for free on a7. I should probably like go a6, but then you'd play knight c3. I guess it's just a draw.
Okay. And let's take a look at Goryachkina's game again, because she finally does the maneuver for the knight.
Yeah, you were right. So she does go knight b1, rook e1, rook d8, knight to b1. So it's clear the knight is aiming at a3. Is at the moment you take ba5? Not really.
It's very clever because all the other order of moves that we tried before, it allows black to protect both pawns on b5 and d6. But this one, it's a bit uneasier, because now if you play, let's say, king f8, then now maybe it's the time to take b5 followed by knight a3. And how to do it? If you play knight a7, probably just knight c4.
Knight a7, yeah, knight c4 is possible. If I do this, then of course
knight c4 again.
c4 and rook a6, and it is, well, it looks quite bad, to be honest. c4 is hanging, c6 hanging, d6 hanging, everything. Yeah. Knight b1.
And if you take on a4, rook takes a4, a6 can be defended, I guess, by rook b6. But then the knight on b1 will try to come back to c4 again.
You probably do the same, like knight a3, and you do threaten knight c4.
King f8 is played, by the way.
King f8.
But then what after ab, and then knight a3?
ab, knight a3. So the other try would be to go knight here, and then we say still knight c4 is an option, and rook a7, c4 pawn being hanging.
Yep, I don't think
bishop
you can stop it.
Here. Yeah, well, I kind of can. I can go bishop here and d5 next move, right?
I think you can play e5 here and still win a pawn. Bishop c4.
You still have this bishop c4 trick, yeah. Well, in reality, this is the move that I have, and take c3. And it might still be better for white because you get this pawn on b5, right?
Yeah, I think so. But, okay, there should be better ways.
This is possible.
Yeah, and then
so
just a pawn up.
Tactics all the time. Rook f8, king f8.
In that case, we can use the other rook then. Oh, but still,
Yeah, I feel like
I mean, in most cases, white is still standing better.
white is better. Like you can stop right here, to be honest, because yes, knight c4 is one option, but if you don't play knight c4, still black does not solve all the problems, right? Maybe you play it like contrary, like in a super slow way. Like you play f3, you bring the king to the center. Like you have one weakness, which is c3, which should be easier to defend, and black has two, right? d6 and b5.
Yep.
But it's not impossible that knight c4 just like kind of almost wins. All right. Will there be something that we're gonna say, oh wow, this is sharp? Because for now, like everything is so quiet. 3 endgames, by the way. We are getting close to the end of the second hour. In 3 games, the queens are traded.
Right. The game between Paehtz versus Assaubayeva, I think it should be ending, well, depending on the coming moves, but it should be pretty equal for now. While the game of Lagno versus Munguntuul, Munguntuul chose the approach that you mentioned, just calmly play king f7, and possibly planning to play knight e7.
Wait, so no. She went rook b4.
Rook b4 first, after bishop f4, king f7.
So this gives white a bit of like active moves, maybe rook c1, but you can play bishop b6 indeed. Yeah, white kind of got stuck with all this kingside attack. Because usually with the setup like this, what you do, like you have to sacrifice something, go e6, you know, like get squares, get like new trajectories for your pieces, and you don't have this piece to sacrifice. Like it should be like bishop on d3 takes f5, you know, or g4. You have to play g4 somehow to attack this type of structure, and otherwise, like black will do this, do maybe like this or this. And it's not impossible that rook b2 is already a threat.
Yeah, looks like black is consolidating now.
Yeah. Black's overtaking, and the engine likes black as well. The evaluation bar then is.
Yeah, looks like Kateryna just completely lost all her advantage in this game, and black is firing back. And
today's a slower round.
It is very slow.
16 moves in 2 games in 2 hours. Yeah, they will have to speed up, you know. We have time controls here. It's a serious tournament.
It is. Yeah, so 90 minutes for 40 moves with an additional 30 minutes on move 41, and then they also have like 30 seconds increment starting from move number 1, and the special rule in this Grand Prix is no draw over until black's 40th move. So unless there's repetition or what else is there, like a perpetual.
You trade everything. Yeah? Can it be a stalemate before move 40?
Well, I doubt it.
I don't think it ever occurred in a tournament situation.
Even in any move, actually. Yeah, it's very hard to get a stalemate in a tournament games. Usually, you just have to. Well,
yeah, there've been examples. There've been examples, and I've witnessed one. So I would guess it's okay if we don't look at like when it's one pawn, the H pawn, and you play till the very end, like so your king is checkmated in the corner. It was men's Grand Prix, like 2016 or something. It was a fantastic game. Yakovenko vs Gelfand, where Yakovenko completely outplayed Gelfand, and Gelfand escaped because of some stupid stalemate idea. He's like few pawns down, and Yakovenko takes another pawn, and then there was like some knight desperado. When you take the knight, there was only queen left, but it was so unexpected because it was a middle game position. You don't expect, like it's a middle game position, and then he escaped with like some fantastic stalemate idea, and eventually it was a stalemate. So sometimes it happens, but of course very rare. More likely we'll get something like this, where your knights getting exchanged, and they would probably agree a draw earlier, but if the requirement is 40 moves, they can manage it.
Yeah, although black is the one, if
Maybe
anyone
black is
would
like tiny
press
bit
for a
better.
win, it is black, yeah, but it's this very, very tiny advantage that black has in this position. So what do you think if we wait until there are more moves coming on the board, with the break?
I guess, we will take another breather for like 5-10 minutes, because inevitably they will have to speed up, and for now the tension is building up, I would say. That's this what happens, like people look and they think, okay, no more, not too many moves, but that is where the tension is building up towards potential time trouble. So see you soon, guys. Do not go too far.
We're here with Nurgyul Salimova, who just drew her game against Elisabeth Paehtz. Nurgyul, how has your tournament been so far after the first 3 rounds?
I have 2 draws and 1 lost game in the first round. Could be better, could be worse. It's my first Grand Prix, so the first day was very exciting for me, and I did not perform well. But I hope to stabilize more in the next rounds.
And you bounced back quite well, I think, in the second round. You had a good game yesterday, and after such a difficult first round loss, your first women's Grand Prix, playing against the elites in the world. How did you maintain focus and keep your mind at a good place to go for the rest of the games?
Yes, yesterday was a good game for me. I actually had good advantage that I didn't manage to convert, but it was good. It was black, and yes, as you said, after first lost game, it was good. Well, it's a long tournament, and there are also more Grand Prix. Yeah, it's the first one for me, and I'm gonna play 2 more. So I said, okay, it was just a game, and I'm just trying to concentrate on each game and forget the bad memories, the bad games, and just take the lessons, and just continue like that.
What are the other 2 Grand Prix that you're going to play, or which locations?
I think one is in Austria and the other one is in India.
Okay, exciting stuff. And what do you think about Kazakhstan so far? Your first time playing here, or you played in the rapid teams, blitz teams, but this is the first elite closed event. How has it been? How's the organization been?
I also played last year in Kazakhstan. There was a match, women's match, World versus Kazakhstan, and yes, World team rapid and blitz, and so this is the 3rd time. Yes, the organization here is a bit different. Of course, close tournaments, Grand Prix, it's slightly different. I like everything so far. It's a bit cold for me, and I don't enjoy the cold much, but I brought warm clothes, so it's all good so far. I like the playing hall, the player zone where we can take some rest and stuff. It's good, and everyone is strong, so it's, as you said, an elite tournament, and I'm enjoying it.
Since last year's World Cup, your career has taken such a huge upward turn. You played Candidates, you're playing Women's Grand Prix, and you've been getting a lot of brand deals and sponsorships. Tell me a little bit more about that.
Yes, I guess you mean with Benetton, Bulgaria? Yes. And also right now the dress that I'm wearing is from MDO Group, which is their partners. And yes, I'm very thankful for their support. I really like the way our work is progressing, let's call it that way. They're very colorful brands, and I'm usually more of a black and white person, so they are trying to change my mindset about it. Also, before coming here, before European Club Cup, I also played Club Cup. We had Simon for kids, organized by Benetton, and I was I met many kids. They were very happy to play against me. It was very nice. So I think we are doing a good job together.
Awesome. Final question to you. How has it been in the women's elite? You're, of course, still very young and you've come in just like as a storm entering this whole new world. How has it been?
It's different. Well, I was also telling my coach yesterday that I was, imagining about these moments when I was a kid my entire childhood, and it's good, but of course it has very tough sides. That this first lost game, and I'm gonna lose many more games, I guess, in my career, and I'm gonna win many more. And I'm just trying to take lessons so far. I don't know what's gonna happen. As you said, I'm young, but okay, we never know what happens. And I really hope that I will stabilize my spot in this elite.
Well, it's a very positive mindset, and you're such a good representative for women's chess, Nurgyul. Good luck with the rest of your tournament.
Thank you very much.
We're here with Aleksandra Goryachkina, who just won her game against Divya Deshmukh. How did the game go today?
Overall, today everything was easy for me because I didn't understand what my opponent wanted, either to make a quick draw by the opening or to see whether she was playing for a win. But then at some point I thought she could take on d5 and agree to a draw, but instead she just crumbled everything.
One of the interesting things about this Women's Grand Prix is that we have players like you who've been in the game for a while, and newer, younger players coming in like Salimova and Divya, who you just played. What do you think about that clash of generations?
And what generation do you think I am?
But you've been in the elite for so much longer than they have.
Okay, so I'm old, got it. Then there is a clash. Like the previous Grand Prix series and in the one before, there weren't any young players, at least younger than me. So it was easier for me to play the older ones. Here, of course, everyone is motivated and prepared. So again, the situation is a little bit more complicated for me.
And you're one of the best players in these long tournaments, right? You won the World Cup, arguably one of the longest events in chess. And although this isn't as long, it's still quite lengthy, 9 rounds. How do you stay motivated throughout?
Well, the tournament isn't that long. Therefore, I want to play a good game for now because the first round failed and the second round was half good and half bad. That's why I had a motivation like this. Later, we will find some more.
And with so much experience playing in Women's Grand Prix events, what is your favorite thing about this series?
Overall, I prefer playing round robins more, so maybe that's the reason why.
Final question, how is Kazakhstan treating you? What do you like the most about playing here?
I like that we came here without visas. Everything is good, the food is familiar, the setting is familiar, and everyone speaks Russian perfectly.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Aleksandra, and good luck with the rest of your event. We're here with Humpy Koneru, who just won her game with the black pieces against Munguntuul. How has your Grand Prix been so far, Humpy?
Yeah, yesterday I missed a lot of winning chances. So today I played much better and it was a very convincing victory. I think her Queen E2 was like a very bad plan. Like she probably might have missed this FE4 and Bishop G4 idea. At least she should have played Queen E1 when I went for Queen B6. More precise would be to go to Knight B4 instead of Knight E3. So once I got this FE Bishop G4, it was clearly a better position. So I just need to find the right plans to conclude it.
And yesterday was a very long game, the last one to play. You had many winning positions. Of course, you know, bouncing back from a losing game is one thing, but bouncing back from a game like that must be difficult. What was your mind like going into this round?
It was not easy. Like I couldn't sleep last night. It was a nightmare. So missing out so many wins. So yeah, it happens. It's a sport.
I mean, move 39 yesterday as well. The time trouble must have gotten to you, right?
Just not the time trouble, but I think I made a lot of inaccuracies in the middle game as well.
Well, how has your Women's Grand Prix series been as well?
This is my first one in this series. Like I haven't played the previous one, so I've just started the tournament. So it's a long way to go.
And the next one, which are the two are we looking forward to seeing you at?
I'll be playing in Tata Steel after this tournament.
Oh, okay, awesome. And of course, I want to talk about Indian chess with you. You are a giant in Indian chess. We have a lot of youngsters coming up looking at you. How was it watching your country win the Olympiad this year?
Yeah, it was amazing. Like winning the double gold is a historic moment for the complete nation, and I think all the youngsters did very well.
And you're playing here with one of them, Divya. What's it like playing in such an elite tournament with someone who grew up watching you?
Yeah, of course, she's a very talented. Like she also won the double gold in the Olympiad. Yeah, that shows her credits. Yeah, sure. Like we have plenty of young talents coming up.
You played in the first round. How was that?
Of course, it was obvious to play with the same country players. So I also played with her before earlier in Rapid and Bleach. So it wasn't new for me.
Okay. And what do you think about the organization of this event here in Kazakhstan?
Yeah, good. The hotel and the conditions are very good, and the weather is almost like in India. It's sunny today as well.
Well, thank you so much, Humpy, and good luck for your tournament.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome back. It's a relatively slow day here at the office, but I think as Miro mentioned earlier, the players have to start picking up their pace because time travel is probably coming up soon in the next hour. So they are quite far away from the second time control move 40. Some of the games are still below 20 moves right now, and they have like less than 30 minutes left on the clock, so they have to start playing fast. And now we're going to see one of the players who is having, well, the pre-time trouble. It is Divya versus Tan Zhongyi. It's been interesting after the pawn sacrifice on e4. Let's see how the game goes.
Yeah, so we've seen b6, and then it was a very, very, very long pause for both players. Bishop b3, Tan Zhongyi decided to go a5.
Which is surprising, because you allow yourself to be weak on b6.
Yeah, well, I don't know what would happen if White immediately took on b6, but White decided to go a4, and then it means you won't be able to take on b6
because
later
of rook b8.
on, because rook b8 and some pin on the b file. At least that's I think what Tan Zhongyi implies by going bishop g4. Right, because one could think, okay, I take this, after rook b8 I take this. I don't know, like, does it hold? Does it fall apart? I'm not sure. Because if White is given some time to, say, play bishop c4, b3, it's White who is a pawn up. So bishop g4, computer kind of liked it for black at first. Now it's around zeros again. Now it's around zeros. It's weird with this rook on the 7th rank. It's like White cannot make progress, but also Black cannot easily kick the rook out or exchange the rook.
Is it the time for White to try to get the pawn back? Like, for example, rook b7, although of course a move like... No, actually you cannot play rook b8, right? I mean rook a b8 because there's always bishop f7. So... probably.
Yeah, you can go rook b7 or... No, seriously, I
just
would
take on
consider
b6,
this
yeah?
one. Like, if it works, it works. Ah, wait a second. Could it be other rook to b8? And... it's hard to tell.
No, just AB is fine.
But so my point was that if you take like this, I wanted to go bishop f8, which looks like I'm self-mating myself, but like everything is hanging strangely.
So rook f7.
Rook f7, bishop d6. Ah, you just take and
Yeah,
take.
it's a check.
No. Cannot do this. Okay, a b8. Let's be serious. Yes. Rook d6, and how do we make progress? Like knight d7? Ah, maybe just knight d7. Yeah. Looks like knight d7
Yeah.
works, yeah. So bishop b6, not so easy. Rook b7, the one that you suggested, maybe possible. Because, yes, it would be very pleasant to take the pawn on b6. However, after you take with the bishop, there's still some problem on the b file after rook b8, yeah?
That's true, but at least I think you can also take f7, yeah? It's so probably in this position, yeah, what to do? I'd like to exchange something. Is bishop f3 a good timing to do?
Yeah, I was thinking bishop f3 and say knight h5.
h3 was just played by Divya.
h3, so she invites this exchange by herself, which is a bit surprising. And I'm thinking the bishop went to g4 because because it wants to take
you want to take the
f3.
knight anyway. And bishop takes and then g takes.
So there is still this pawn hanging on f7. After knight h5, it seems to be possible to take on b6. Because now rook b8, rook d6, you cannot really add more pressure on the d file. So I wonder what black does. You can take b2, I'm guessing. Then you want bishop e5 or bishop a3. And you do have bishop a3 in case of rook d6. Yep.
Yeah, that looks pretty good.
So that means after h3 and bishop takes, pawn takes plate, knight h5, white might have to look at some other options and not bishop b6. It's harder and harder for white to hope for, let's say, for more than just a compensation.
But what about if I just take on g7 and then you take it with the knight, or?
I'm not sure, maybe the king.
If the king, then I'll take b6.
Taking d6. Yeah, I have to take, sorry, have to take with the knight.
And now, rook b7 first.
Rook b7. I guess one thing to do would be to put the knight on f5, so defend this, and whenever you take b6, I want to go rook b8.
And rook b5.
It's kind of, yeah, maybe.
Because bishop should be better against knight in this type of endgame. Takes. Then just bishop c4, yeah?
Bishop c4. Yeah, like bishop, you can say bishop's better than a knight, but at the same time, don't know. Black's position is also like very compact, and white's pawns are not great.
But my idea is just to play rook a1 and get the pawn.
Understand. King f8, but you'd allow knight to jump here. Right.
Yeah, rook a1.
Rook a1, knight d4.
Takes
on a5. I guess I might want to go d5. Yeah, still it's better. Yeah, it's better for white. Not much, maybe, but something.
Bishop e2, yeah.
2 or maybe bishop d5. Bishop e2. Yeah, it goes on, of course. And but also from Black's perspective, can you play an ugly move like this? Rook a8 to b8. So you defend it, you stop rook b7, you maybe have some b5 ideas later on.
So maybe rook c1 now?
c1, in order to get to c7 to attack this one. Wait, but now I might have...
Oh, I'll be happy to play the opposite card, bishop. Takes, and then rook c7.
This. But it's like...
Bishop f7.
Bishop, so you have bishop f7. Yeah, I'm completely blank on this one. Yeah, you actually threaten just bishop f7, bishop back checkmate. Yeah. So it's super tricky. I mean, actually in deep trouble. I just realized like I should probably go like rook c8 of some sort, and
yeah, the bishop on b3, I really like
it. Super tricky this one. So this, we realize it's also an unpleasant threat. And this one, once again, what was the trick? Rook b7. And when I went knight f5, you took on b6. Maybe I shouldn't do what I've done, like all this rook b8, rook b5 nonsense. You know what, I have to go this rook to b8. After rook b5 I should just take, and maybe like bring the king over. But still, I'm not very happy. This is still like more pleasant for white for sure. Yep, our leader could be in a bit of a trouble.
Yeah,
could be in a bit of a trouble. Something that I wanted to drive your attention to is Koneru with Salimova, because it looked very calm, symmetrical here after Salimova exchanged and Koneru captured with the pawn, and then Salimova played g5. For me it was quite unexpected. Very aggressive move. Bishop e5, queen b6. I guess stopping white's queen b3 or something. But now, is there... It's like I feel like black is playing with fire, to be honest.
Yeah, this move queen b6 is looking very unnatural in this type of structure. But
the
probably
whole G5 thing. The whole
Yeah.
G5 thing is very scary.
But probably what Salimova has in mind is just to play this position in a concrete way.
And go knight d2. Because this is a very serious idea. Right.
So bishop f5 maybe, yeah?
Bishop f5. Yeah, thinking
Queen h5.
go here.
I think queen h5 then...
But
no, no.
you're not threatening
I'm not threatening anything.
Yeah.
And yeah, she took it. Bishop takes e4 right
Bishop
now.
e4.
So
Wait a second. Not knight d2. Bishop e4 and knight g5. Can I do this?
wow. And but
Can I do this?
But rook e5 is there. I mean, take on g5 first, and then rook takes e5.
Rook e5 and queen g6, right?
Yeah.
Yes, and knight g5 is... I feel like this is, you know what, like this is the moment to kind of exploit black's lacking development in a way. Yeah, knight g5 was brave, but also it doesn't work.
Yeah, and I like your move, knight
Knight
d2,
d2.
just because the bishop on e5 is so strong.
Yeah, but after bishop f5, I don't know what the follow-up is.
Probably throw in rook c... no, rook 7 doesn't work because rook e5.
Okay, one thing was like knight c4, d6. This
Yeah,
is what
this
I
is
was
this is also
thinking.
possible.
There is also, the other hand, there is also like rook e1. But then there is f6, right? Rook e1, f6, super sharp. Okay.
I think it has to be
let's-
knight c4.
Knight c4, queen g6, I'm guessing.
Knight d6.
Knight d6. Rook d8 we can take on b7 at the very least, right? It's very concrete, right? Like white might be winning or it could be nothing. For
Also, after knight d2, what about... Okay, it might not work, but it is very interesting. Playing f6 immediately.
yeah, but this is exactly what I was hoping for.
And then bishop f5. I mean bishop f5, yeah.
Bishop f5.
And then there's rook c7, yeah.
This is getting scary.
But where's... queen f7, queen g7. Because... Yeah.
Queen f7 and queen h6, like in case of queen e6, queen h6 wins. No, this is too much, but... No, you don't have to play f6. I think bishop f5 is perfectly... Bishop f5 is perfectly fine. Knight d2 is already on the board, okay. So at least this one is getting exciting. And I'm getting excited along with it. Maybe queen g6 returning the queen is sort of in the same vein.
Queen g6. Yeah, why not?
Queen g6 covering h5 and then maybe preparing like f7, f6. So it's not as simple. Like originally I thought like white's close to winning, but now looking at the evaluation bar and computer evaluation is 0.3, which doesn't make sense to me. So white is slightly better. And from the looks of it, the position, it's either white is like fast with his initiative and it gets somewhere, and then it's not 0.3 but +3,
Yep.
right? Or black develops and then black potentially can get better position.
Okay, I guess we can switch to Goryachkina versus Tsolakidou because they
You guessed the entire line correctly.
accept the last move because we didn't see
Knight
this rook
a3,
d4.
knight a7, knight c4, rook takes, and rook d4. But is it a good move? It's a big question. Rook d4. Black still kind of has to play d5, yeah? Or
And
this
now
pawn will
after d5, black can... Okay, if we take, of course, black can take it with the bishop. Oh, can it?
Well, we still take c4, right?
Yeah.
Still take c4. I have a feeling that there should be some way for black to get like decent decent drawing chances, but I don't see it yet. d5, if ed5, ed5. I guess it's just so
Bishop c4.
bad.
We saw this.
Yeah, bishop c4 is one thing, but also, like, even if not bishop c4, but bishop e2, bishop f3, you know, it's positionally. So if you get bishop c4, like, my problem with bishop c4 was some, like, rook c8, but then
rook
again,
b7.
rook b7, and this time it's like, it's, well, still. Maybe rook d3, right?
But rook d3...
This one's likely a draw.
But rook d3, d4 takes on rook c4, yeah?
Rook d3, d4. No, wait. In this case, I have a rook behind the passed pawn, right? So this one, I guess I should be winning? Question mark.
King e7.
b5. Ah, so you're running
Yeah.
like this. Yeah, could be. Could be.
So I think I like your idea. Instead of taking c4, just be patient and play bishop e2, bishop f3.
It's kind of a plan B, you know. So what you do, in fact, in this position, you calculate if you're satisfied, if this is winning, then you go for it. By the way, I took on b7, but there is another option, of course, to take on d5
and then rook d7
and to go rook d7. This is like,
this is okay. This is
this
game
is
over.
winning.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah,
just
yeah, yeah.
winning.
This
You
should
collect
be
everything.
this should be the solution. Yes.
Yeah, like I originally thought for whatever reason that it's rook f5, f6, b5, which probably is also like strong, but rook to d7 just wins. Yeah, so Goryachkina might be on track for her second consecutive victory.
Yes, it looks
Yeah, well, she's
really
much
good
better.
for her. Yes,
She's much better. For sure.
And let's move on to Lagno versus Munguntuul, because
Yeah,
is
20.
white suffering here?
Well, king f7, bishop b6, b3, 97, h5, rook to g8. What does it mean, rook g8? Is she
You want to play
planning-
g5.
Is she planning to go g5?
Yes, g5 takes and rook takes g6. Or I think it's knight g6 also can be
Maybe knight g6
thinking. Yeah,
even.
whichever.
Yeah, that's one tricky position. Yeah, white's problem is like there is pretty much zero how to say it, like zero constructive ideas for white. Like what do you do? How do you make any sort of how do you create a threat? Like you can double on the c file and both rooks will be doing nothing. There's no rook c7, right? You can't really open up
Queen h2.
Queen h2, sort of a prophylactical move, moving the rook away from the g file. But black's also not forced to go for like g5 or something. It could be that black just kind of scared white a little bit and then, well, oh wait a second. Not forced to, but if she will, g5, pawn takes, knight takes. Because this guy's hanging.
If you take, then rook g4 is coming, yeah?
I thought, yeah, like there is rook g4, there is also rook h8, and it could be, long term, could be like a very annoying pin. How do you unpin
I'm a bit
this
worried
thing?
of queen h5 here.
Queen h5 with knight g5 idea, you mean?
Although, I mean, if you want to defend g5, you can always play bishop d8, but because after rook g4, still knight g5 is there.
Yeah, yeah. But then rook
g4 looks really strong.
Now, in case of queen h5, what do we do?
I've moved the king.
Yeah, this pin is annoying. Maybe we shouldn't allow it, and therefore shouldn't.
But it's only for temporary, so just king e8, I guess.
Is double check better than the regular check? Because this is the combination I'm thinking about, and because it's double check, white has to react and not allowed to take the king on f7.
Yeah.
There've been instances where people were planning to, you know, to give a fork with a pinned piece, even on high levels. I have an excuse for blundering this one. Queen h2. Can we somehow prepare this? Can we somehow prepare this? Rook e4. I don't know if it helps. d4, d3. So. Not clear if it's a good thing, because the pawn will start hanging on d4 or d3. Computer sees something for black. It says black is considerably better, minus 1.3. And for those of you guys at home who are wondering why I'm not checking the computer lines, I only have access to the numeric evaluation. So I know this position is better for black, but I have no idea how it is. Alright, change of heart. What if I take with the rook? Maybe I don't have any threats in this case, right? But at least you don't have queen h5. And if bishop h6? Now there is rook g4.
g3?
I'll take.
Oh yeah, it's
this
pinned.
one spinned, but the thing is, like you go here, for instance, I take king h1.
There is knight g5.
And it's still something's happening. Yeah, like knight g5, knight h4. Chess is hard. Well, if you ask me, I would probably not find the courage to go g5 and would look for some other move. Again, ideally, now that we developed the knight, maybe should take some time to
play king e8 now?
To move the king somewhere. Yeah, like ideally to b7, but how do you get there? How do you cross the c file? There is no way, you know. No, but I realized that when we go g5 in this position, when we start opening, the queen on d7 is out of play, right?
That's right.
Somehow the queen
she
on d7
played
is
something.
out of play.
What is it?
What?
a5.
a5. Yeah, why not? It's a useful move. Maybe a4 one day. Maybe queen to a7. Who knows? It's not a bad move for sure, because white was getting ready for one and only one idea, for black playing g5. So you checked. Well, if you're not satisfied, yes, play on the other wing. I do like a5.
Yeah, I think it also could be a useful waiting move, yeah?
Yeah, well, in a sense that we discussed, white, well, maybe holds for now, but white lacks any sort of
ideas,
like real plan, right? So, and it's the most kind of the most unpleasant, that you're desperately looking for some sort of activity of the way to play, and your opponent just says, okay, you know what? You don't seem to have good moves, so you ought to move. Find it. I'm even considering a move like bishop e3. I know that's not a great structure, but at least like trying to get the square on d4, and who knows, maybe some play. It's probably not the greatest of ideas.
But a5. What about just a move like rook c2, for example? I think it's always useful. You're overprotect f2, a4.
Yeah, well, the thing is, like, how do we react to a4? Well, ba4 is definitely not an idea, right? Queen a4 will be double attack. Like a move like this allows rook g4.
Yeah, the bishop cannot move. Yeah, otherwise the
The
work will
feeling
improve.
is like, yeah, if the rook gets to g4, then g5 or g6 becomes very strong because there will be already 2 rooks doubled on the g file. And it's only move 21. Both players are down to like 20 to 25 minutes. So potentially a lot of stuff will happen until the time trouble.
And let's go back to the game between Divya versus Tan Zhongyi.
Some moves happening.
Some moves happen, yeah?
Yeah, gf3, rook a b8. Remember I was playing this move, rook a b8, and you convinced me that after rook c1 white is
Yes.
better, and probably rightfully so. Divya went rook a7. So she wants to take and take d6 maybe.
Yep.
Tan goes b5.
Yeah. So now if takes d6 and you take b2.
Maybe you take ba4 first, just to completely eliminate the queen side and also to kind of figure out where the bishop's going, because you would like to keep this bishop on the diagonal, right? But there's yeah, I think black is completely fine now.
Does it look like a potential draw for you, this game?
I guess. b5, because I'm not sure how you continue from here. Like, you could say take on a5, take on a4, but then you lose coordination entirely, and like even this, or e8 or h5.
But that one, take b3. I still like my bishop better, but probably nothing.
Oh, nah. This one, like, I mean, even if you win d6, I don't believe that you're winning, but also there is knight f5, and I'd actually advise white to be a bit careful, because like in some point rook b4, and so you probably should just like go here. Also evaluation decreases, and now it's zeros again, back to zeros after b5. What surprises me that Paehtz and Assaubayeva are still playing. Shall we check the
No, we
the
shouldn't.
position?
Let's
Yeah?
go Koneru Salimova, because it's getting
Koneru
very
Salimova?
interesting right now.
Whoa,
Yes.
whoa. What's happening?
What's happening,
White
right?
is better. 92. Salimova played queen
Queen
g6,
G6.
which allowed queen b3. Now to queen b3, you're gonna have to react, because rook c7 is there, rook e1 potentially there to collect the e4 pawns. So Salimova goes bishop e6, queen to b7, and f7, f6.
Yeah, so now, okay, if white just moved the bishop, yeah, d4 will
I guess the
hang.
plan is bishop
Yeah.
d4.
Exactly. So white has to find some, I would say,
Brilliant move.
yeah, extraordinary move, allowing some sacrifice on e5 maybe. First thing comes to mind was rook c6. It might be just bad, because the idea is if you take the bishop on e5, then I might go d5. That was originally my plan. But also,
There's bishop d5.
there's also bishop
really.
d5 there.
Or
But bishop d5 I can take.
this one's check. Sorry.
Yeah. No, but if bishop d5 I can take rook f6. It might be some, and then yeah, queen f6, queen
f6,
d5,
queen d5,
queen
check,
f7, and then just take on
queen
e4.
f7, and you take on e4.
I think it's enough
and
compensation,
you get,
yeah?
what, 3 pawns?
Three
yeah,
pawns, yeah.
This looks very promising, of
Yeah.
course.
So what
Rook
else?
c6. Wow.
Some move, yeah, because the b8 square is undermined, so that's why I think white
Controlled
can
with it,
afford, yeah,
control,
white can afford
You
to
can-
do
you
something
can
like that.
Also consider like d5 immediately, maybe. But if rook c6 works, I actually like it, because you also attack the bishop. So you are threatening rook e6. It's not like there is a quiet move for black.
Okay, so what if, I don't know, queen f5, maybe g4. Look at that move. If you play queen f5, maybe just play g4, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, so how to
Queen
defend?
f7.
Queen-
There's at the very least there is rook c7, which is also super threatening.
Rook c7 looks really killing there.
And again, if I take, you go here. And you threaten rook e6 once.
Yeah, I was thinking something with b8 now since the bishop on e5 is gone. Is it possible? But it has to be with the rook on e8 then. But if rook e8, then I think
You
just
take?
queen. Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah.
You take, and I think
come
you're
with a
winning
check.
because this one hangs with a check. After queen e6, you can actually take this guy.
Yeah.
Right, rook 8, take e6. Well, there is e3. There's e3. I mean, it's
No, I
still
would.
not the end.
I think it would be just better to keep the queen and let's say play queen e7 after rook b8 because the bishop is pinned anyway.
But it's kind of the same trick, right?
But
can do
now
queen
I think
f7.
you can have some control.
Wait a second.
eh?
Why do we go rook b8? Can we go queen f7 immediately?
And rook c7, and then you take on d5, yeah.
Rook c7 takes on d5.
Yeah, take
rook
f7, take
f7
b7,
takes b7,
and
rook
e3 in the
b7,
end.
e3, knight e4. I mean, it's still not the end.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
a check threatening. After this check, you go. It's tricky. Like you can maybe take f2, but then it's equal material. And after rook f8, black's also kind of getting a bit active.
Yeah, I think black is better in this position.
Before,
Yeah.
I think nobody's better. Maybe g3, king g2. Probably no one's better. But originally, it seems that white's gonna get somewhere. So we should just like find how to. Yeah, wait. So what's after d5? Did we find a move after d5? Rook f7, bishop f7.
There's bishop f7. There is e3. No, e3. You're just kind of helping maybe. Okay, play the moves. I don't know. Chicken move first. Bishop f7.
Bishop f7. There's still this trick, for example.
And bishop d5.
So again, maybe we should show the pawn is pinned on the 6th rank, right? This rook is the rook is overloaded. Rook e5, queen a8 check. So that's why bishop d5, and then a move like rook f6.
Yeah, and then probably bishop takes b7 now.
But it's rook g6, no?
King
King
f7.
King f7, rook g7.
Yeah, but
Take
e5
the
is also hanging, yeah?
No, this should be good for white, no? Check. Maybe you go to
yeah,
f8.
f8, going to f8.
But still, it's pawn up. It's pawn up and the king on the 7th rank. No, this one I'm very optimistic for white. Like should be like close to winning. I think you had a better version here. Maybe you go to f8 because the bishop's still hanging, and e3 is the no e3 fe3 with a check. Now you just go bishop c3. You go bishop c3. There is no e3, right? This hanging and knight c4 next.
Yeah.
Looks good
white
for
is better.
white. Yeah. So Humpy has to decide. So rook c6 we thought was interesting. Well, d5 could be the move. Rook c7.
No, bishop c7.
Bishop c7. Wow. Bishop c7 somehow doesn't give this impression of being super strong move, but who knows. So what's the plan after bishop d4, I'm wondering?
Knight e4.
You can take. You know what, I'm blind. I didn't see this. Yeah, you can.
But do you have any discovery maybe with the bishop on e6? Is there any discovery there?
Like bishop h3 or something?
Something like that? Or keep the bishop on that diagonal because you need queen d5. You need to prevent queen d5. So okay, I don't know. Take a2, let's say.
Knight d6 then.
Knight d6, yeah?
And like the problem, the rooks are connected in kind of funny way that this rook will have to go to like f8 or something. White controls so many squares. No, this like white's just winning. Like after that you play b3, you switch this off, and you get queen d5. Nah, that's like...
Okay, so bishop c7.
Maybe queen f7. Can I go queen f7?
She took the pawn.
On
d4.
So now knight e4. We are optimistic for white, yeah?
There is also rook a7. But rook a7, queen c6 maybe, yeah? But I mean it doesn't really attack anything. Yeah, takes yeah, looks good actually for black after that. Queen.
And also the evaluation changed.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
rook
yeah.
a7 was blundered.
Yeah, yeah.
Knight e4. I felt like knight e4 didn't work.
Hang on, rook a7 was a blunder?
No. White blundered rook a7. Rook a7 I think is a good move.
Okay.
Unless there is something that we don't see. There's always something we don't see, but what exactly it is in this case remains to be...
If you want to counter-attack, then maybe queen b4. Hang on, e4 is hanging.
Yeah.
That cannot be it.
I thought you were planning for something like
Yeah,
this.
but there's rook d7.
As bishop d5.
Bishop d5.
Bishop d5.
It just made in the next move.
Yeah, it's literally like mate in two. Wow, so Salimova is getting a chance. So you see, I mean, she played this whole g5 business, which of course was very risky, but also put pressure on Humpy. And as we said previously, like Humpy is very comfortable where it's like clear position, you know, like some stable structure, and you just have to play good moves after good moves, but not necessarily as comfortable in this tactical sequences exchanges.
Yeah, she's very good in the some positional balance position like that. But yeah, this requires lots of calculation.
So what's the
and
move
precise
after
play.
rook a7? Okay, queen c6, rook to c7, queen to c7, queen to e4. How
And
bad
she did
is
it.
that?
Rook
Yeah,
a7
she
is
does
on the
play
board.
Rook a7. Queen e4. What do we play? Yes, yeah, black will consolidate, and it's a very, very tough task for white then. There's all these bishop d5 threats. Okay, 7. On the other hand, queen c6 perhaps is the only move.
Yeah, we have to keep protecting the knight on e4. Probably, yeah.
Alright, so Humpy will have to spend some time here. Let's do a quick overview what's happening. Goryachkina with Tsolakidou. Goryachkina is winning. d5, bishop c4 immediately. She did not take on d5 first. Bishop to c6, ed5, ed5, and now I guess you can do different things. Well, maybe rook c7 is a nice move to include.
I like that move. Yes, you're right.
Bishop e2, bishop f3 should be winning as well. Yeah. Like it's a
Any
combination
move,
of positional advantage and
material
an extra pawn.
advantage.
Yeah,
too.
so this should be relatively easy to convert. Koneru is this crazy game where she probably gave her opponent a chance.
Munguntuul gathered her courage to play g5.
Okay, but after a5, Lagno went knight e1, so that okay, she's opting for d3, but now after g5, what do? You probably take here, right? And then I guess in this case, knight takes.
Yeah, whenever there is knight d3, black always has this rook e4, and still pawn cannot be pushed.
Rook e4.
At the very least, maybe you can also insert rook d4 at some point. if not rook e4. But yeah, this position looks pretty good for black.
Well, and the evaluation bar confirms by claiming that black is better. They are also getting low on time in a still relatively complex, relatively sharp position. So yeah, I guess once again we might see one of those quicker rounds today once again. I mean, it started slow, but then now I'm looking at every game pretty much passes, you know, the critical stage. You have Paehtz with Assaubayeva, which is I think drawish, and it's been drawish and probably still is. However, Paehtz got into a bit of a time trouble, and honestly, wait a second, there was a moment, rook a3, rook c8. This is something I don't necessarily agree with. Could Elisabeth
There is
play rook a6,
yeah.
there is rook d4.
And then rook d2.
Let's say rook d2, so you're saying she
I want to play rook c2.
She would lose the pawn,
Yeah,
right?
g5 or whatever, and then rook c2. Black will play with the initiative, so I think that's what she doesn't like in that position, and she played. What did she play?
But even the position which is on the like after rook c8, she played g3 logically, a5, rook b1, g6, rook b2, rook e2.
Yeah, that was exactly the position where I was thinking. Possibly it's good to just play rook b7 instead of rook b2. Miro, can you put it on the board? What about just rook b7?
No. You want this, right?
I just want to keep, the idea like that. And also rook a7. I mean, at some point if...
Yeah, probably this one's...
And rook a4 first, actually. Rook a4 first and then rook a7. I just want to have like an active defense. Because what she is doing in the game, it looks like she's just waiting, while black could, gather all the initiatives.
So rook e2. Yeah, I guess rook e5 is what she... Because rook c4 is about to win a pawn, right? Well, you can technically do this. Because rook e5... Yeah, like rook e5 works. Rook e5 works.
But then takes...
Yeah, I was thinking this would be like better for black, but after f4...
g5 and then king g6.
But yeah, but like it's equal number of pawns, and I'm not that passive, right? I mean, king f2, well, h4, king f2. Black is better, but ever slightly, right? It's not like... If it's like your rook attacks my pawn on a... Let's say my pawn is on a5, your pawn is on a6, so I'm also tied down with the rook, then maybe it's another story. But this one, I believe, should be closer to a draw. Anyway, this is potentially a long rook endgame. Koneru with Salimova did reach this position that we were talking about. After rook a7, Koneru went queen c6, rook c7, and of course, much more precise is to take on f6 to eliminate this pawn. Bishop f6, queen to c7. So white is still in the game. And one of the potential scenarios, now that I'm thinking, that this two will be exchanged for this one, and then maybe white holds, like, on one wing.
Yeah, but this is very imbalanced, and it should be
still,
exciting.
Yeah, it's still
especially both players are getting to, a bit down on time there.
Yeah, it's honestly, for me, it's hard to imagine how black loses it. Because two bishops, they control too many squares, like they defend the king very well. So for black, it would require like really some big blunder to lose this one. Like if you do something sensible, just like, you probably have to take one of the pawns and then just like defend the king, do sensible things. I don't think black runs any risk of losing this one.
Nope.
But also winning with black would be
It's
tough.
a bit tricky still, yeah?
Yeah.
It's not as easy as it looks.
Yes, and let's quickly check Divya with Tan Zhongyi. Yeah, we actually might get a resolution of remember we had a bit of an argument, like if b3 pawn, the passed pawn is enough to, let's say, to put some pressure on black. Now it no longer looks like, because, yeah, so b3, knight f4. Oh, we had it some other way, right?
Yeah.
g7, rook d6, knight h3, bishop b5, bishop c4, h6. I guess it's still kind of a draw objectively.
But who do you think is better
But
in this
even
position?
I don't think black risks anything, to be honest. I think black is like perfectly safe.
The knight on f4 is so good,
Yeah,
yeah?
the
With the
knight's
g5
good.
pawn later.
The b pawn is not running anywhere. Like, in order to win this with white, I don't know what has to happen. Like, trade pair of rooks, set the b pawn in motion, and also have the king on c5. And this is not happening. This is science fiction. So for black to be safe, I guess, like, you just play g5, secure the knight, and you try to get somewhere with the rook, I'm guessing. Because, yeah, like, imagine black plays g5,
And
which
maybe you
he can do
play
right now.
rook a6 maybe? Provoking the pawns to come forward. Then after h5, then rook a5.
f6.
Yeah, f6, then...
What I wanted to say that at some point black can even consider going rook b8 and taking on b3, and still it will be very hard for white. Yeah, like, you have to make sure that f6 is not lost. If you do this, then maybe you relocate this guy to e5. I can see potential for white to kind of not make a draw in this position.
Yeah, black is pressing, yeah?
Black is, yeah, like, maybe not even pressing at the moment, but, you know, it's the best position black had in this game for sure. Risk-free, and maybe some chances.
Alright.
Lagno with Munguntuul, finally this g5 thing happened, and position is getting sharper and sharper. Ag6, knight g6, knight d3. Munguntuul decided to take on f4, which I don't know if we agree with.
Yeah, I'd like to keep the knight too as well. I'll probably just move the rook, but maybe there's
Rook
something that
d4,
she
rook
doesn't like after rook
e4.
e4.
So she took on f4, knight f4, and this rook to g4 was what was played. g4.
What about some move like queen h5?
King g7.
It does look a bit dangerous there.
King g7.
Just king g7, yeah?
Yeah. I guess. It's tricky.
It is tricky.
Wait, if you don't play queen h5, if you play knight d3, is it rook h4? Because knight d3, I'm attacking this and attacking h6, right?
Yep.
There's rook d4 or there is rook h4.
Rook h4,
Here,
rook g4.
rook here, queen here.
And I think you can avoid just play rook h5 maybe.
Yeah, but somehow the trick is, like, still, the queen is not in the game, right? So get the queen to g5 or h5 and we are winning. But maybe that's exactly what we should do. Queen d8, queen g5, queen h5, checkmate. Or queen e7. I don't know why I go to d8 when I could go to e7.
But probably after this there's g. If g3, will you take g3?
Here.
And then play rook g4? Something like that?
Yeah,
But you have queen g5, yeah?
Queen g5, king g2, queen h5, rook h1, still I'm not getting anywhere.
Also knight
Yeah.
c5 is there, like to stop this diagonal.
This is possible, of course. Maybe this one's good, in fact. Right?
King g2,
Yeah, takes.
take with the pawn.
Yeah, the knight defends the king very well then. Yeah, queen g5, knight f4. Defend some squares around the king. Yeah, not clear yet. Not so clear yet.
All right. I think it's a good time to take a very quick breather.
Let's take another one.
Yes, because
and
it's going to
return
be...
to the time troubles.
Yes, because the time travel is coming up soon, guys. So stay tuned because all the actions will continue after the break.
我的心情应该说非常的激动，但从外表看起来比较平静，但是内心里早已波涛汹涌。后来去休息室也大哭了一场，就是情绪很难用语言来形容吧，一种如释重负的感觉。
I've been thinking about it since the time I started playing chess, so it's nothing different to me. The match in itself is something that I've always wanted to be playing, and now that I got the chance, I'm grateful for the opportunity.
我记得最后一盘棋，我就是在一个少一兵的撤兵惨剧中，也是费尽千辛万苦把这盘棋夺下来了。如果没有顽强的意志，我可能就没有办法能下到加赛。
The main approach is to go to every game in the right mindset. Be fully ready physically and mentally, and just go there and play good moves. And yeah, I'm going to try my best. In general, I'm very universal, and I can play all types of positions, and my calculation is usually quite precise and deep.
我的优点比起他来，可能年纪稍微长一点，经验更加丰富一点。然后在棋上面，我可能比较擅长一些子力调动的类型的局面，然后我可能技术处理上比较细腻吧。
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change, from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we are mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The Year of Social Chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
Welcome back, everyone. And I guess what we are going to see soon is the time travel time for most of the players, and especially those who are currently having worse position. It's going to be very tough to overcome the situation. But let's take a look one of the games. Which one would you like to see first?
Let's
Miro?
go to Lagno and Munguntuul because I think something has happened. At least the evaluation dropped or rather changed in Munguntuul's favor after this move, Queen h5 check. So after Queen h5 check, the king has to, doesn't have to go to g7 in fact, because the knight's hanging, right? So it can go to g8, but even after King g7, it's not entirely clear where to put the knight, because after knight e3, one of the things I've realized, you can actually go rook g5, not h4 but g5, and then to double the rooks on the g5.
I see. Yeah, I think that is also why I was thinking maybe King g8 is possible, because you also want to give the g7 square for the queen at some point. There's a check on c8, but there's King h7. I mean, it's something to consider.
Yeah, like here, well, I guess you cannot go Queen g7 yet because it's not a checkmate. But then, how do you continue? Because rook g5, there will be Queen h6.
It's okay. I think just rook g5, Queen h6, and then rook g4. You're winning the pawn, right?
Maybe. I mean, I won one, and I'm planning to win the other one. If we are talking about white, knight f4, we cannot take back. No, but why would we? Why would we be so inventive if King g7 is just good? Yeah, I agree. Like, in an ideal world, I also want Queen to go to g7, but it doesn't seem to work tactically. Okay, Munguntuul thinking. Move 26, very sharp position. Better for black, as we know, for now.
But the time is ticking.
Time's ticking, anything's possible.
And I was just
What
looking
else?
at the time situation of all the players. Divya is apparently in time trouble. She is
Divya against Tan Zhongyi. Yeah, Divya's down to 2 minutes. She pushed the pawn a lot. Now the pawn is on b6, but it seems that the pawn is not going any further. Can black somehow attack this pawn? Not really. Maybe it's some strange, standoff situation that white cannot make any progress, but also black cannot, say, go after the pawns because the b pawn is dangerous, right? So white will just shuffle rook c6, rook d6 or something, and because for black it's also hard to make any sign of any.
because whenever you push f6, maybe white can do
a7,
not rook a7, but rook c6, rook c7,
rook
because
c6, rook c7.
because if rook a7, then just take on b6, yeah, and
No,
also
your chances of winning would be go rook e7, e1, and checkmate, right?
right.
Rook e7, rook e1, and checkmate. But wait, can I actually try to do it? Rook e7.
Oh, if now, then it's
rook
actually rook
a7,
a7, yeah.
Rook b6.
Rook e7, rook f7.
e7 takes rook f7, yeah, and it should be a draw, even though black is the one who's maybe slightly better.
I want to ask
Not
you this
much.
position, in the case of rook takes f4, gf4 in that time, in that position, is it a fortress or?
With the h pawn?
Yeah,
I
but
don't
the king
know.
just stays on the h file.
You just
Yeah, or bishop.
No, wait,
Put the
wait a
bishop
second.
on the diagonal. What is the winning idea in that position?
check on the g file. Where do you go? Okay, let me get you. You want the bishop here, right?
Yeah.
Say you go here, and I go to g8, and where the king's going. It's not. I think the answer is it's not a fortress.
Oh, and then you just go
yeah,
to...
if you go here, the
king,
h-pawn starts moving. If you go
otherwise it's
here,
king
king
e2.
goes to f2.
Okay, I'll move up then. Oh, but it doesn't matter still. King f2 and then f3 is lost too, yeah?
Of course. Yeah.
And just put rook on g5. Yeah, okay.
Rook is 5 pawns and the knight is 3.
Yeah.
No, I don't think you have to take it. Just
And we have the first result of the fourth round. Finally, Elisabeth Paehtz drew against Bibisara Assaubayeva.
So it is a draw.
It is a draw, yes. Can we check quickly what's happened in that game? Like, I think the last move was some g3 or something like that. Okay, rook e5.
Rook e5, a4. Takes, rook d3, king f6, king g2, rook c2, rook c4. Yep.
Okay, so just like actually already 3 rounds in a row, Elisabeth has been the first one to finish.
Yeah. And I don't think she's very happy with it though, because one of the rounds.
Yes, one of the rounds it was. Yeah, it was a tragic.
Munguntuul, well, seemingly has a chance to bounce back again, right? This time against Kateryna Lagno. So she decided to go king g7. After knight d3, rook h4 and rook to g4. And then the queen can actually go to the king side via f7. I don't remember. I think we still had some idea how white is supposed to defend.
G3 now, maybe?
G3 now? Ah, yeah, G3, but then we said maybe rook
takes,
G3
yeah.
and rook G4.
Because I think if rook H3... Because the idea is clear, yeah? You want to play king G2, rook H1, so you have to take the actions now.
So it's this, king G2, let's say black takes, pawn takes, still...
I mean, black should be better.
Still black, it's black who is trying, but maybe holdable somehow.
Okay, I think let's take a look at Humpy's game, because it's imbalanced position.
Oh well.
Yep.
It's actually changed quite a lot.
Yeah.
Actually changed quite a lot. Wait a second. So after that, Salimova decided to go G4, which I don't necessarily like that much. Queen C6, rook F8, Queen D5 check, and rook C6. After Queen G7, white plays B4. So white, in fact, like as long as the king stays safe, if white manages to collect this one as well, you know what? I'm changing my mind. I actually think white might get some winning
better,
chances,
yeah, because the king looks safe right now, and then white's idea is just to promote one of the pawns on the queen side. Yeah, A4 is coming maybe, and B5. Yeah, just try to promote that pawn. But again, the rook on F1. Can white move it, or is it too dangerous in this position?
Yeah. Well, the question is. First, black has to make a move to probably to defend the a6 somehow. This is well possible, in fact. Bishop c8 with the idea to play bishop b7. What's the move for white? Because computer says white's slightly better. But how do we react to bishop c8? I mean, I understand there is rook b6, but it's a strange looking move. Maybe you have to do it. Rook b6, and then if say bishop d4, you can go rook b8 maybe. I thought there is rook h6, queen d4, and probably white's not risking much. So like give checks all the time.
Bishop h4. Very...
Bishop h4. Yeah.
Very forward,
targeting f2. And she probably had... Wait a second. Can I take the pawn? I'm very interested in taking this pawn. What's the big plan? Because...
You cannot really take on f2.
If you go here... Oh, wait. Bishop f3. There's bishop f3. Hang on a second. Black is threatening bishop f3 after bishop h4. Because I thought I'm being clever. I allow bishop e2 and then I do this and take, and I have a lot of pawns. But that'll be an unlucky blunder, because rook a6, bishop f3, I would have to resign. Queen g2 is happening. However, it seems that there is a move for white. Computer now is very happy. Says white has +1. The valuation is +1, so white apparently has something. Could be some.
Probably queen e4.
Queen e4, but there's still bishop.
But there's still bishop.
Like queen d6 maybe? Hit this.
Yeah, I like it.
Hit this, and moreover king h7, there is rook c7.
And she did it.
She does. Queen
d6 is on the board.
How to defend?
Yeah, if king h7, then
you go here. Rook f7, then you trade, then you take a6. And the kind of less pieces on the board, the more exposed the black king becomes as well.
That's true. Yeah. Queen d6.
Anything's possible. And also, I don't like the way Salimova spent a lot of time and couldn't find like a.
I mean, it's not an easy position.
Of course, yeah.
Her king is more exposed. Yeah, but king h7, there's this rook c7. Are you going to play bishop g5? Maybe she has to.
Maybe she has to go back. Maybe.
Or a move like rook f6. If you give a check down there, then king h7. But still, there's rook c7. Yeah.
Seems like rook c7. Now it's just wins because rook f7.
H4 hangs. So.
Oh wait, it doesn't really win. Take f7.
Take the queen.
Bishop d8. Rook takes. King takes. But it's white who's like better, I guess. a4. a4, b5. These kind of things. Also very hard to play. Very hard to play for Salimova. I'm almost sure she blundered queen d6 because bishop h4 is like a very aggressive move, and now to admit the mistake and to go back bishop f6 is not something you do.
And she still has to make another 7 moves to go to the time control with 2 minutes left on the clock in such a complicated position too. Yeah, it is a tough situation for Salimova right now.
Right, so potentially if Koneru wins, that means she's on +2, right?
Yes, she's currently 2 out of 3.
Tan Zhongyi, we think, very likely will make a draw. So it's also +2, and potentially Goryachkina can be on +2. Goryachkina also was much better. That's Goryachkina's game. An extra pawn, full control.
And potentially winning another pawn soon. Like this d5 should hang at some point.
Weak. Or you just get the king here, go some,
Or the other bishop goes to b3, yeah?
So Goryachkina's winning. Koneru might win. Lagno Munguntuul. Let's check again. That's the least developed game. It's only 30 moves here. Well, and Lagno is lost according to the machine.
Wow.
Lagno is lost.
Rook h5, by the way, we just played.
Rook h5. It's a nice move.
Munguntuul has a very good tactical vision, because now she is again sacrificing a piece in order to go after her opponent's king. Now let's see the variation of the knight takes b6 just to show it.
But it's not like
there's nothing much here.
Not much, yeah. I think what might have happened, because it also I thought it could be the case, that Lagno was kind of calculating this, and there is of course rook g2, rook g4, and it's probably not more than a draw. Or if not rook g2, but queen h5, white surprisingly has g3, and queen controls the h1 square. But when Munguntuul does it the other way, rook h5 and then the queen in front of the rook, not only queen h1 but queen h2 is also a checkmate threat. So g3 doesn't really help you, it's queen h2 checkmate.
Wow.
And I'm guessing that there is simply no move after rook h5.
Yeah, how to stop queen h4? And also the bishop is so good there. You need it, you need to eliminate it in order to play g3, but you just simply don't have time to do everything.
It's like you one tempo short in all of those variations. So knight c5, queen e7. Yeah, the knight was hanging, so there was no time to play a move like g3 or something. Knight a4, queen h5. And now if you go g3, black still has queen h4.
It feels like, to me, Kateryna is just falling apart after missing her chance in the first round against Aleksandra Goryachkina, and then as white on the next round, she was just playing, a French exchange where we thought she could have done something that is more ambitious, and she just agreed to play a calm position and then make a draw against Divya. And then yesterday, she lost against Tan Zhongyi, and today it's looking like she's gonna resign soon.
Rook f1, queen h4, king f1, and now I guess rook f4 just wins.
Yeah, I think so too. Rook f4. Yeah, you're just gonna go after the f2. Also, if you want, probably it's not necessary to play bishop f2. Yeah, just rook f4 is better.
Yeah, feels like rook f4 is. Well, I'm looking for maybe like the way to...
Or maybe rook e4, because you want to checkmate.
G3. And I guess you're winning still, but... like, at least white's not getting checkmated.
Yeah,
I think rook f4
F4
wins the most material.
Yeah. Rook f4 is quite straightforward.
Bishop f2, yes, you might make an argument for bishop f2. Yeah, maybe bishop f2 is stronger, like it's arbitrary, but so like after rook f4 I'm thinking maybe knight b6 kind of prolongs the game a little bit, because at least for a little bit the king survives, right?
Yeah.
Still winning, of course.
Okay, let's see bishop f2. Is there any important check on the 7 rank, like rook c7, king g6,
you can give one check.
And she played rook f4, so maybe we'll see the prolonged version of the game.
Yeah, f4, this, rook takes, pawn takes. You just have to find some way of
queen f4 maybe
attacking these pawns twice.
And yeah, I think it's knight b6, yeah?
Knight b6, yes.
Yep.
Knight b6, rook f3, gf3. Yep. What move is that?
34.
So
still 7 moves for Munguntuul to make and 6 moves for Kateryna. So I think I like queen f4 here to try to get the rook to the king.
Yeah, queen f4 is good because you attack 2 pawns.
And king...
So one of them will be lost.
Exactly, and rook just come to h1, queen e5 is there, queen f3 is there, yeah?
Yeah, it's amazing how the what we call the slow round now turned into, like, the games will be finishing one after the other. The results will be piling up.
Wow, I was just doing my calculation that if Lagno loses this, she's sharing the last place with Elisabeth Paehtz with 1 point out of 4.
Yeah, she'll be on -2. She won't be the only one, I guess. Or so it'll be Paehtz.
Well, depending on Salimova too. If Salimova loses,
that also means she's on
1 out of 4.
Yeah. So really, the tournament splits into a leading group and the outsider group. Queen f4 played.
Yes. Yeah, I don't see a good defense here for white, even to prolong it.
Yeah, I guess it's almost like you have to play king e2, give a pawn
on
e5, and then just try to run, but it's not very likely to help white save half a point. Speaking of Salimova and Koneru, let's revisit this one.
Yep.
Well, so after queen to d6, where's queen d6, black has played h5. All right. So that means if you take, the plan is to go bishop e2.
Mm-hmm. But there is rook a7, yeah?
Rook a7. Yeah, you could go rook a7. I guess you could also go rook a5, maybe. Point being, if black takes, there's a check followed by check. It's a weird position. Because if rook blocks, I was hoping to take here. Well, there's queen a1. It's still very sharp and probably, yeah. No, your rook a7 is better. So it takes.
Can we switch to Divya because we are seeing the end of the game because
Divya
it's a draw.
And Tan Zhongyi, yeah, agreed a draw. So let's just quickly go through the last moves. Rook a6, h5 was played, rook a5, f6, rook b5, c8, bishop d5, and yeah, 4. Traded everything, rook f4, a draw. So Tan Zhongyi remains in a lead, but
yes,
very likely will be caught by Goryachkina, Koneru. Yeah, Goryachkina and Koneru. So 2 draws so far, 3 games in progress, and in all 3 we have the time trouble. Goryachkina is closest to the time control, but also the clearest in terms of evaluation. Yeah, Goryachkina is winning. It's, you know, a winning endgame, unlikely to change. So let's stay with the other 2. Lagno and Munguntuul.
Yeah.
Rook check, king g6, knight d7. What's that?
Well, there is this idea with knight f8, but the king can always escape to g5, h4, and so on if necessary. So yeah, give a check. And probably just simply
king e2,
trade everything and capture
there.
all the pawns, yeah.
And take there, right? Because knight f8, you go to h5,
and you're safe there.
There's no check. Yeah, there's no check. So it looks a bit tricky because the king is like in sort of in a mating net. Wait, does queen f3 win? Knight check, king here.
Knight e6.
Knight e6, king h4.
But rook d4, knight f4, right?
Yeah.
It's a bit
that's
risky.
Something that you don't want to do. No, of course, like you play rook h1, rook d1 100% of the time to simplify.
And it was played rook d1, king d1, queen f3. And they're almost reaching
number
39.
38.
King e1 now.
King e1. And I guess f4 is not bad. Creating new squares for the king, and the king will be
going to e4, yeah?
The king will be quite safe. Yeah. Also, you want to activate the f pawn, because something like queen d3 and f3 potentially is your quickest way of winning this game. I mean, alternatively, you could start moving the d pawn, which also should win. After queen f3, that I think d4 check here takes d3 should be game over as well.
Yeah, so many ways to win that one. Let's stick to Koneru versus Salimova because they are in the time trouble right now.
Something's happening. f3. Bishop to f6, rook to c7, and bishop to d4.
Yeah.
What is going on?
Who's playing for a win now?
Yeah, okay, the strictly only move, which is king h1, right?
Yep.
And then...
And now bishop e5 just played.
King h1's played, and bishop e5.
Wow.
this is...
Okay, you have to...
This is sharp. You have to
take the queen. Take the queen.
Bishop d6. And I guess you can like play rook g6 and take a6, so white is not risking anything.
But this is the best outcome that black can get, yeah? Because now it's pretty much safe.
I guess so. I wasn't sure. Could it be that there was like some other move for black? Because I was looking at some crazy move like this, but then no, then you just take on f3 with the rook, and the queen is still hanging. Yeah. Not to calculate anything.
Yeah. So rook takes g7 already happened. Bishop takes d6, and now it's Koneru's turn to play with 3 moves to go to the thumb control. Now the rook on g7 has to go, and then what about rook b7? You're trying to
defend the g pawn.
Try to defend that pawn. Try to keep all the pawns.
I'm guessing what black can try to do is put the bishop on g3.
Oh, what's that? Rook g6. Oh, so she goes for the other pawn. Yeah, this is her characteristic. Like she likes to clarify the position. Okay, let's get over
the clear positions, right?
Let's get over this pawn, and then you just focus on the other side of the board.
So bishop b4, rook b1 doesn't really work, right? There is bishop f5.
Yeah, rook h6, king g7. That's all. Yeah, I think just bishop takes b4.
Bishop b4, rook a6. And it should be a draw, I'm guessing, but still black has to be careful.
Yeah, because when the rook on f1 goes, the bishop on g4 has to go, and rook h6 is there, h5 is hanging. So maybe black has to prepare for that initiative.
Yeah, like somehow has to defend and save the h pawn, right? Because if you also lose the h pawn, maybe it's still holdable, but it's a big problem. What's the move here? Rook b1 is also kind of a threat, right? After rook a6.
So maybe bishop d2 then. Oh, but bishop d2, rook d1.
Rook d1, yeah. She still did not play bishop b4. Bishop g3.
Bishop g3.
Oh, makes sense. So now if rook takes,
maybe you can push h4.
Go h4, and you lock the king out, right? So then after a move like rook d1, c1, something, rook c1 maybe, you keep the bishop on f5, and you say your king is in danger, so the second rook cannot join the action because I will go after the first rank. Yeah, that's one of the ways to play this position. So you also anchor the bishop, because there is a lot of situations where white kind of attacks the bishops one after another and makes it... Oh, wait a second, but after bishop g3, what just happened?
Sorry, Miro, can we go to Lagno versus Munguntuul, because there might be ending about now.
Yes, please. And that's the end.
Yeah, well, let's just stick to this one, because
But it's move 41.
Yeah,
so
I mean, queen e2 is coming. You don't have any move but knight d4, but then there's queen e4.
But you have half an hour to reflect on what happened.
No, I don't think she's gonna take. And yeah, as I mentioned, Kateryna resigned, and therefore this is the second victory by Munguntuul Batkhuyag against higher rated opponents in this tournament. First, she beat Elisabeth Paehtz, and now she beat Kateryna Lagno.
Same with the black pieces, by the way.
Same with the black pieces as well. Yeah, so she's on 50% right now. She's having a good run.
So she's back to 50%. And it's a disaster tournament for Lagno, indeed, like after what could have been a very good start.
Yes.
But not converting this winning position against Goryachkina kind of ruined Lagno's tournament. Alright, so we are left with 2 games. Let's go back to Koneru and Salimova, because I think Salimova in fact blundered.
Rook takes a6.
Well, she did play rook a6. I just realized that these bishops were under a pin, right? So could it be that white could somehow win one of the bishops?
Oh, I think she just did another blunder. She just played bishop f5.
Rook a6.
Probably
bishop
forgetting
f5.
Forgetting rook h6 maybe.
Ah, you can go rook h6.
Or probably not.
Wait a second.
The king. Oh yeah, the rook is
Salimov
trapped.
was tricky. Right, Salimov was tricky. King g6, rook is trapped. White, of course, doesn't lose this. White goes rook h2. When you take and white takes, it's pretty unique material. Rook and 4 pawns versus rook and bishop. I think this one has to be a draw, but yeah, still, you'd prefer not to have it on the board. Bishop f5. The engine is ecstatic in white's favor. I don't know why. Well, it might very well be that you just like somehow don't blunder bishop d3 and just start pushing the pawns. Go rook c1 for instance, and then just like pawns go forward and decide the game. Move 39, so they are about to reach the time control. Computer evaluates it's like very high in white's favor, plus 2.3, which somewhat, surprises me.
Yeah, just move the rook, yeah, which
I guess. Rook d1 or something.
Rook d1 looks good.
But then black anchors the bishop, and it still takes you quite some time to win.
Yeah, push the pawn.
Maybe you just push the pawns.
And Koneru is now under a minute actually on the
Whoa.
clock. But she just need to make one more move.
Yeah, that's the last move, move 40.
Oh no, it might be, but it's very hard to blunder in this position.
No, it's not. You go rook h6 and you calculate something and you go rook h6.
Because we remember against Tan Zhongyi, she made the blunder on move 40 as well.
Yeah, she was winning, and on move 40 she let her advantage slip.
Okay, so let's stick to this one because she's gonna make her move in the next 20 seconds. Yeah, she realizes that the time is ticking now. Okay, and there
Rook
you go,
D1.
rook d1.
Yeah.
And
Practical
just past the
solution.
40th move, and now it's Salimova's turn. She has 45 seconds left on the clock. So what could she do in this position?
G7 or H4.
H4 should be very safe, yeah. If you have
You probably want to play. So it anchors the bishop. The pawn is the last pawn is protected. But by the way, computer evaluation dropped after rook d1. So I'm wondering if she had to actually go after that. And could it be that there was some move? Maybe she. No, I don't believe this is like a winning position.
King g7.
Rook d1? Yeah, King g7 is another way of playing this one, so that your king is not getting cut off on the 7th rank.
Okay, so the remaining games, they already passed the time control. The other game, we can take a look actually, Goryachkina versus Tsolakidou. They already are on move 41 right now, and Goryachkina is on the way to get the d5 pawn.
Goryachkina's completely winning, well, according to the machine anyway, plus 4 something. But how exactly does she win?
So if you give a check in back rank, then the king just go to c7 or e7, yeah?
Yeah, rook d8, king c7 or e7 attacks the wait a second. Bishop d5. No, this is rook d5. I almost blundered. Thought bishop. No, wait. There should be some tactic.
Some c4, rook b4.
Takes. Bishop d5.
Yeah, bishop d5,
here.
bishop d5, and c5.
And after king d7,
that
we
one.
are set.
We are set. Yeah. Okay, maybe not that one. Okay, c4 looks interesting, but yeah, rook takes b4.
So what were the last couple of moves? Rook c8, king d6, bishop e4, rook b5.
Yeah, probably you just have to play a bit patient here. Probably move the bishop from e4 to the other diagonal, like bishop c2, but yeah.
What confuses me is this evaluation +5.
Plus
And I
5?
immediately start plus 4.8. So I'm immediately starting to believe there is a tactic, but maybe maybe you don't need a tactic. Maybe indeed you play like bishop c2 or bishop d3, and it's +4 simply because like every aspect of the position is better for you. Like if you go bishop d3, imagine you go bishop d3 and you go rook f4. And I understand it might not be +4 anymore, but it looks like so winning.
Yeah. She did rook d8 though. I think she's gonna sacrifice an exchange maybe. Having the bishop and 2 pawns.
Why?
Rook d8 is on the board. And let's say king c7. You can just take d5 with the bishop. Because it's yeah.
This is
it.
this is likely the solution. Yeah, king d8, there is bishop c6.
Yeah.
Okay, this makes sense.
So you just win 2 pawns like that.
Rook d8, let's say king c7, bishop d5.
Yeah, or king e7 also the same thing.
Same thing.
And if king e5, you might insert f4
After a check?
after rook d8.
King e5. I guess you take, right?
And rook takes.
And whatever takes, you go f4.
King e6.
Wait. I just like blundered that there is a square. No, wait a second. Check, king e5. Can you go f4 here? Less clear. You can always do this, right? Let's not forget. Again, bishop d5, rook d5. There is no check.
Rook e4, king f5.
e4, king f5.
Or maybe rook... No,
No, this is like we are doing something very silly because like we are winning already. Why do we need like some brilliant checkmate or something? Yeah. We just have to find. Wait, I think this is what we are looking for. Bishop d3 and b5. Rook b7, there is just b5 and takes d5, right? After rook b6, maybe still b5.
Yeah, I think Tsolakidou has no chance but to play king e5 because if she plays king c7 or e7, it's just okay, 2 pawns down.
Second pawn, yeah.
2 pawns down and you're not fighting for anything. Yeah, king e5 and then looking for some complication if there's any. But of course, Goryachkina has so many things here, like so many options.
I like this one. Rook b6, b5, bishop b7, then f4, king e6. And still I didn't win. It's annoying.
c4. Let's go c4.
c4 threatening this, right? So
yeah,
has
if you
to
take, it's checkmate, no? Almost.
Check.
Hang on, it's mate in 1, rook e8. Instead of taking c4.
Yeah. It's not bad, yeah. Checkmate in 1 works.
Yeah.
And here or here, there's no chance. Yeah, bishop d5.
Yeah, just take d5.
Like if I move the bishop, that means...
Also, you can just take the bishop in the worst situation, and then bishop c4 is there. But
after bishop d7. Yeah.
At the worst case, but of course you can play anything there. Yeah, king e5. I think it has to be done.
But yeah, but they've got.
King e6 is there too. I forgot.
King e6, like.
But king e6, there is c4 now.
Now there is c4 because cd5 comes with a check, right? dc4 we just take the bishop.
Yes.
Rook b4
takes d5.
takes on d5 with a check and rook b4. Yep.
Yeah.
So
Okay, king
every
e5 then.
move with the king, it seems it loses. King e5 maybe is the most problematic, but still, yeah, little doubt that Goryachkina is gonna win. Koneru, king g7, went b5. This is like a still. This is still a game.
Yeah. Okay, so we have 2 draws so far and 1 win.
For Munguntuul against Lagno,
Yes.
2 games in progress. Goryachkina is winning. Koneru better, but not guaranteed to win. And shall we take another break, maybe? Because, you know, after the time control, what usually ends up happening, they get the time increment.
And they will think,
You know,
they will think
spend
longer.
quite
Yeah?
some time. Yeah, that especially, like, you know, during the time trouble, you have this sequence of like forced moves, a lot of action. After, maybe there is still, like, there are still some tricks. Rook e8, opting here, so the rook's not moving. That was clever to play king g7 for Salimova, so now her king is safe. So she can get like rook e2, put the rook behind the passed pawns. I'm not sure if White will have enough
She's still
resources.
posing problems to Koneru. It's still not too easy, even though the evaluation bar is citing Koneru a lot. But with this imbalanced position, it's still not easy. So yes, I guess we'll take another break for now while waiting for the players to come up with their moves, because they just passed the time control with an additional 30 minutes on the clock. We are sure that they're going to think a bit longer.
Yep. So hopefully you won't miss much, and we will be back shortly.
We are here at the end of round 4 with Elisabeth Paehtz, who just drew against Bibisara Assaubayeva. Elisabeth, a bit of a rough start, but you're coming back. How do you mentally bounce back from tough games?
Well, actually, I'm in an age where I don't care so much anymore, because basically my career is almost over, and I was also planning not even to play all these events, but because of Monaco, I got the wild card, which was very unexpected, and in general, like, I never got a wild card from my country, so somehow I thought like I should take it, even so I was not even prepared to play all these kind of tournaments. And obviously I lack a lot of energy, because there was a global chess league, the European Club Cup, and I'm not 25, I'm 39, so it actually does matter. Of course, the second game, even the first game was unnecessary, but I had such a kind of blackout already last year in the second round, so there must be something spooky about that round. But yeah, I mean, blackouts in my age now, it sounds funny, it actually happens more often than it used to happen like many years ago, but I guess this is normal. But in general, like, I take it easy, because I know this is this tournament, and the other 2 Grand Prix left are basically my last ones.
It's interesting that you're saying your career is basically over. First of all, after having such a busy year, but also just getting the grandmaster title a few years ago. I think that's such an inspiration. You're the first German woman to do so as well. So thoughts about that? Or you're not going to take it any further?
No, actually, like, you know, I mean, like, since already like 2 years, I basically wanted to stop, and it never like happened. But next year I want to go for a certain surgery, and I hope this is going to work out. And then, well, if it works out, then I guess I won't have much time.
So playing will decrease, but of course your passion for chess still seems to be very prevalent. How do you maintain that after so many years? Do you still love chess?
Well, honestly speaking, I never loved the game. I loved the world around the game, which is maybe like unusual to explain, but since my childhood, I used to play a lot of tournaments, and I was suffering a lot in school. I mean, when you are successful and you take medals, the other kids are not very happy about that. And I was bullied a lot in this time, so for me, like whenever I could play a chess tournament, it was a kind of escape because I saw all my friends. I mean, for example, like Hari Krishna or even Anna Mutsishuk or Nana, I've known them since they were like children, and well, I've known them more than 25 years. And these guys are my friends, and for me it's always like very happy moments to reunite. And the chess tournament, of course, I also have to play it, but it was more about the social things and the traveling and everything. So the game itself, of course, when you win, you're happy. When you lose, you're very unhappy. So the question is like how often you win, how often you lose. Those who are very successful, probably they suffer less than those who have like rough starts, like in this tournament. But in general, I see myself in the future to, well, maybe give lessons, but for sure, like concentrate on a family and maybe even like doing something about management, because okay, I already like went to a couple of banks and other kind of companies to explain the kind of decision-making process in terms of psychology connected to chess, and I can imagine that I could see myself also there.
I mean, so many benefits in chess, and you want to transfer those skills into something else?
Well, actually, like when you're a chess player, the good part is, at least I think so, you think twice before you take a decision. And sometimes, you know, like when people tell you something is very good and you just blindfoldly take it, this is not typical for chess players. So when like something is like offered to you as a kind of decision, well, I start to analyze it. Maybe this is sometimes for like the people around who are not from the chess world a little bit tiring, but I believe it's very good to have some kind of suspicion in general, like, and then to start analyzing things, and you take your decisions much more carefully. And I think in this way, chess helps a lot.
And about the Women's Grand Prix tournaments and series, you are not a newcomer. You've done very well before, having won it as well. Other than the chess, you've mentioned the social aspect. What's your favorite thing about the series?
Well, honestly speaking, when there was a poll 1.5 years ago and the poll was about the time control, I was hoping very much it would get shorter because my rapid results are a lot better. But unfortunately, the poll was decided to keep everything as it is, even though I like the KO system, because once you have a bad start, after four rounds, it's over and you can go home. I mean, for now, I mean, after my first 2 rounds, I would have loved to have this KO system, you know. I could have shortened the process a lot. But in general, of course, the system is very good to gain experience. It's not like that I need experience, but especially like for young girls, I mean, here, for example, like we have Stavroula, she's doing very well, but it's like one of her first or second Grand Prix, I'm not sure. Maybe it's her, well, first or second, I'm not sure, like first, yes. But for kind of like young girls, this is like something very huge. And also like our girl like from Germany, Nara Wagner, she benefited a lot from like playing these tournaments last year. She even won one of the sessions. So, I mean, for young people, this is very, very important to gain this experience. For old people, like, you know, it's a fun event, but it's not like that my life will be over when I'm not doing well.
And what message do you have for young girls, not just about the Women's Grand Prix, but in chess, looking up to you?
Well, actually, like if I could turn back the time, I would have fought for equality and equal pay much earlier. Like in 2019, I went out of the national team because of, well, equal pay issues. I mean, like, for example, when we went for European Championships, like men got like a full budget and women got like 500 euros budget. And I didn't see the point why, like, in the one section it was fully paid and the other section, like, we had to contribute ourselves. And at some point I was so upset that I decided to do this step, and then everything actually improved. Now, actually, like in the women's national team, we have equal coaches, equal training camps and everything. But I seriously regret I didn't fight for it much earlier. And of course, I would recommend everybody who's #1 of a country in the women's section to fight for equality, especially when this person is like very successful in terms of medals, because medals actually also like mean you contribute a lot to your country, and the country has benefits from this. I mean, reputation-wise, but also like federation-wise. So I would say like that women should much earlier fight for more kind of equality in general.
Very good point. And things are changing. We have events like Norway Chess Equal Prize Fund. Still, we have a long way to go. But a message for little girls as well getting into chess for the first time.
Well, that's actually like a much harder point because, I mean, like I remember when I was a little girl, I was actually surrounded by a group of young boys and it was big fun for me. But especially when you're a little girl, probably like important is to find someone like to go this way together, because I think sometimes, you know, like being all by yourself is a little bit more tough. And I was lucky, I mean, like my brother used to play and he's 2 years older and we were a group of 5, like 4 boys and me, and we went together to all these kind of German championships. And it's very important that not only chess is in the tournament, but also the kind of toy playing kind of area. And because sometimes you may feel very lonely, especially when you're a young girl. So I think if there is a chance to find someone you can do things together, I think it's from the social and also from the mental point of view, very healthy.
Well, thank you so much, Elisabeth. Good luck for the rest of the event, but more good luck in life and your health issues. And you have a lot of support around you, and I hope things go well.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. 2 games are still ongoing right now, and things are looking like it's almost the end for Stavroula. So let's get into it, Miro.
Yeah. Well, during this break, we figured out one more important thing, that after King e5, f4 is winning, and that's the move that was played by Aleksandra Goryachkina. And the tactic is relatively simple. In case of King e6, it's not different that it was with the pawn on f3, so c4 wins. And yeah, so that would happen in case of King e6, and after rook takes f4, the move that was played in the game, bishop to d5.
Yeah, it's a double attack right now to the bishop on c6 and the rook on f4. And if the rook takes d4, c takes d4 comes with a check, and bishop takes c6 will come.
Check is very important.
Not only that we win the bishop, but also win the rook afterwards.
Yeah, black runs out of pieces.
And now there's almost no way to stop those 2 attacks at the same time then, because white in the end will have an extra piece.
Yeah. The d pawn is very important, I have to say.
There is one more idea actually. If you play rook f6, you're trying to protect the bishop on c6. There should be a way to win this. Oh, probably just rook e4, yeah? Rook e4.
Rook e4.
King f5 and rook f4. Yeah, just grab the rook
f6
and then take the bishop.
Take the bishop, yeah.
Yeah, so there's no way around this then. I mean, it should be winning anyways for Goryachkina.
Yeah, Goryachkina's winning. The other game will take a bit longer to conclude. Koneru against Salimova. During the break I kept an eye on it. It looks like Salimova found a way not to, let's say, not to fall apart immediately, at the very least. So she's putting up a good fight. And it'll depend on Humpy Koneru finding or not finding the way to break through. For now, for now, yeah, Stavroula has to come up with the move, and regrettably, there is no move in this position. I mean, one thing that I didn't mention, that if somehow White is unlucky to lose this pawn, this is actually a draw despite White being a piece up. Let's say, I don't know, you touch the rook and you played rook a8, this would be a draw, but of course there is absolutely no reason to surrender this pawn, especially you can, I don't know, if you wanted to, you can go d5 and just anchor it like this, or go bishop f3 then go d5.
Yep. And what's interesting is, okay, assuming and looking like Goryachkina is winning this one anyway, tomorrow she's gonna play against Tan Zhongyi. So two leaders playing against each other before the rest day.
Yeah.
So
Koneru might join them in the lead of a tournament, but for this she has to win today as well. So for now we have again the symmetrical situation, right? So we have Tan Zhongyi on +2, Goryachkina if she wins on +2, Elisabeth Paehtz on -2, Lagno on -2.
Yeah, but at last now we have a player with 50%. Munguntuul Batkhuyag is 2 out of 4.
Stavroula will be on 50% if she loses.
Oh right, that's right too. Yeah. Okay, so let's quickly see the other game.
Let's actually switch to Koneru's game, because while of course this other game will finish quicker, but there's not much to analyze in terms of like position on the board. Well, this is what happened while we didn't see the game of Koneru and Salimova. So Salimova activated the rook. It's on e2 now.
And rook a5. So the bishop is under attack, and possibly White is trying to play, okay, b7 with rook b5 maybe?
Yeah, I guess next move, if say something like king g6 happens, which is quite natural, I think next move is rook b5. And then White's getting ready to push this the a pawn forward. But you know what, like rook a2, b7,
bishop b8,
bishop b8 might still be not the end, right? Because you have to somehow disturb this bishop. One rook has to guard the first rank, the other rook has to guard the b file, because let's say you go rook c5, rook b2, and that's it, right? So black is perfectly fine, I guess, if the rook is behind the pass pawn. So after rook a5, king g6 is still tricky, and rook b2 is a threat.
Or maybe you can play a4.
You can play
a4, yeah?
Right? You can play
if rook
a4
b2,
now. If rook b2,
then
you
rook
go
b5.
rook b5.
Yeah.
Now I'm wondering if black is ever in time with, you know, sort of a counterplay like that. h3.
Okay.
Then even after b7 you can take on g2, I guess.
And now b8?
Not necessarily, because there's b8. I thought it's a pipette, but not really. Check here.
Yeah, just
here,
run away.
Here, and king e1. And the queen attacks the g3 bishop. Up.
And something just happened. King f6 is on the board.
King f6, yeah. More or less similar to.
And the other game has finished, and after bishop takes d5, Stavroula just resigned.
Yeah. King f4, bishop d5, and that was it. Goryachkina wins and joins Tan Zhongyi for the lead.
And they're going to play against each other tomorrow.
Yep, we are left with one game only. They are playing each other, and Tan Zhongyi will have the white pieces. So far, she's on 2 out of 2 with white.
Yep.
So, it won't be that easy for Goryachkina, but we'll see. Okay, so here, what did we say? A4 is a chance, right? a4 in order to put the rook on b5.
Yeah, a4 looks very natural, yeah, because you just want to keep another pawn and also still helping the rook to go to the b file.
Again, I'm trying to check this one. H3.
You can start with b7, right?
Yeah, but same. Yeah, maybe not rook b5. Okay, b7, h3. The other thing to do if you go rook b5 now, why do I take rook g2? I have to take pawn on g2 and bishop b8, and then bishop threatening to go bishop a7. No, black is fine. To bishop a7 is a big threat, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess so too. So okay, that has to be calculated then.
You have a check. King e7, because if king goes forward, I was afraid of this, but maybe I shouldn't be, because bishop
maybe
h3.
Can I sacrifice the rook then?
Which rook?
After h3.
After h3.
Can I take on f5?
Yeah, king
and take
takes,
h3.
Take h3, but then rook b2, right? I mean, I understand it's 4 pawns, but with such a king, I mean, how can white possibly win? Yeah, that's just... You probably start like giving away the pawns not to get checkmated. Yeah, I think like so that's a bit of a counterplay that black potentially has. And again, and what was the other line? We were going here, and then we said rook a2 and bishop b8. Yeah, that's hard to get to this bishop. Yeah, the fact that white king is cut off in the corner.
Also, after rook takes a2, I think you can also play a move like f4. Because if you take rook, f1 is there.
So we are threatening this, right? And bishop f4, rook f1. This actually wins.
And if you play rook a4, just take the bishop and push the pawn.
And b7, and the pawn promotes. Fair enough. So that means what? That means rook b5, if rook a2, f4. As there's also rook d6 threat, right? Okay, not like a threat, but
yeah, but that is possible.
Oh,
she played a4.
Bishop e4, maybe.
That's annoying, yeah. But okay, keep pushing the pawn. Bishop takes. Oh, bishop takes everything. Bishop g2, bishop b7, bishop f4. Yeah. No, that's not.
No, wait, but bishop b7, rook b7, right?
Yeah, and then bishop f4.
Bishop f4. You mean like it's a draw, yeah?
Yeah.
Probably.
Okay, so a4 is now on the board. So we were talking about the counter-attack that black can...
counterplay with h4,
yeah,
h3.
with h4, h3.
And anyway, what is the alternative? Because if we have to block the b-pawn with the bishop, let's say white's next move is rook b5 no matter what, pretty much, right? If we have to block the b4 pawn with the bishop, and then white also pushes the a-pawn, this is where it gets dangerous. So, in a way, I feel like pushing the h-pawn is like, does it work or not remains to be seen, but maybe that's the only, the only sensible option. Coming back with the rook is probably not something you want to be doing.
Yeah, I think it would be sad if that's what happened.
You have this weird move. No, but then at the very least white takes another pawn, yeah? I was thinking this to stop rook b5 and then go rook b2, but at the very least...
Yeah, just take the pawn.
Take another pawn, and it's too much at some point. At some point, yeah, it will be too many extra pawns for white. So
yeah,
again, let's carefully
check
it.
h4.
Let's carefully check it. Wait, a4, yeah, this. what was the line we are? Here. What happens if I take? But then the rook gives a perpetual. Yeah. Then the rook gives a perpetual. It doesn't make any sense. Can't really take. Yeah. So that means after h3, it's not much I can do. Oh, wait a second. Can it be? No. I thought some studies. F4, rook F1, but I'm about to lose everything. F4, bishop F4, rook F1, takes everything.
Or take on G2 first, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so H4 then. H4, and then how to stop this counterplay?
Maybe there's no way.
Yeah, maybe that was the best. That was the best possibility to just grab the bishop and then grab the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
At least you don't have any risk of losing there.
Let's see.
Well, it's not on the board yet, yeah? Salimova is still thinking.
She's got 15 minutes. So she still has the time to calculate all the lines carefully. Okay, if we were to talk what was, the quality game today and the most spectacular game today, would it be the same game? Because I think Goryachkina's game is like the most
smooth.
I'd say at least, from her perspective, yes, Stavroula, in order to lose, of course, she made some mistakes, but Goryachkina played it on a very high level, it feels like.
Yeah.
But it wasn't as exciting as, Koneru with Salimova was, very tricky. Also, Lagno, Munguntuul, he was, better for Lagno, and then it all switched. H4 on the board.
I think every game in this round has their own thing. Like, for example, Goryachkina's game is just the smoothest game in this round because she's having some advantage out of the opening, and then she maintained that, and then she squeezed it and get more and more advantage towards the end. The most uneventful game was Elisabeth Paehtz versus Bibisara, and the Lagno and Munguntuul game is actually quite a roller coaster there because Lagno was better out of the opening, but then somehow she slowly lost all the advantages, and Munguntuul also played lots of good tactical play.
Munguntuul played well.
At some point, whenever there is some tactics on the board, she always found it. And and then Divya versus Tan Zhongyi. Yeah,
that was a strange game.
It was interesting too.
Maybe also well played, by the way. That I'm thinking you would need to check with a strong computer, if there was a better, if White could play it a better way. Yeah, it feels like both played at the very least kind of good enough. This drawish game. So the only one left is once again a reminder, Koneru with Salimova, where after h4 the threat is to go h3 and to wait a second, have another idea. So after that and h3, can we go rook g1? I know it's ugly, but at least I'm trying to avoid the perpetual check.
Interesting.
Yeah, again, this I'd be happy to take on g2 and h2. Yes, scary, but also if it's not promoting, maybe I don't care.
So maybe no need to push or play the pawn, yeah? Just play bishop f5 somewhere. Because it's a checkmate on h2 if you take it.
Bishop h...
Here, h3, rook g1.
Bishop f4 even.
No, the bishop on f5, just move it somewhere.
Move the bishop on f5 somewhere. Because the pawn is not... Yeah, but...
Let's say bishop d7 here.
Bishop d7. Yeah. And b7, you can take the rook.
And my idea is to play bishop c6
Yeah, this bishop is free. I just realized that he doesn't have to participate in this setup on the king side. Yeah, rook g1. It's not like I was very optimistic about rook g1 move. I'm just like trying to find pretty much any idea for white to avoid this perpetual with two bishops. Because yeah, after b7, once again, this is the easiest perpetual check. Here, king f1, I don't know. Rook d2, right?
Yeah, you
F1
can also.
is away. Yeah, but rook d2.
Yeah, rook
is a
d2
check.
just lost in middle.
Yeah. So it doesn't make any sense to even try. Yeah, after h3, if you take h3, that means this perpetual is unavoidable. Attack this guy? Nah.
Yeah, I mean, seeing that perpetual, I think it's more likely now that Koneru will take on f5 once it happened, instead of taking on h3.
Oh, you mean like b7, h3?
Yeah, and try that position with 4 pawns against.
Yeah, but how do you?
Yeah, b7 just played, so we will.
How do you even try this one? Rook b2. Yeah, I'm serious. I'm not sure who is trying, because with such a king.
Okay, let's play rook d7, let's say.
King f4?
I think if king f4 now I can push my... Okay, you give a check first.
King e3.
And then king g2.
Illegal move.
Oh, sorry.
No, seriously, I'm very serious. Like, the king is so bad on h1. I understand, like, yeah, with the king on g4, we'd be talking white winning. But, like, with the king on h1...
maybe I have to force...
Yeah, it's almost like
rook b5.
maybe you need to... I actually don't know what we have to do. But wait, but she played b7.
Yeah.
She played b7. Does it mean that after h3, she has found some plan? I guess it does mean that she found some plan. One was rook b5. We said rook g2 loses because g1 queen, b8 queen, sorry, and the king runs. But pawn takes king g1. There is also bishop h3. It's b8 queen, right?
Yeah, I don't think it works.
H3, no, it doesn't. We have to block bishop b8. Have to block. Now bishop a7 and g1 double check is a threat. So this is where you block the diagonal first, and then. But yeah.
But you can also play rook c6. Can we try?
Rook c6. Where?
Instead of rook b6.
Rook's on b5. Rook c5, you mean?
No. Oh, sorry. The other rook is on d1. I thought it was on c1.
Nah, yeah, no. This would be a great check,
yeah,
yes,
yeah.
but the d6 square is controlled. The d6 square is controlled. Yeah, maybe there is nothing. Maybe there's nothing.
Yeah, put h3 again. I think it should be the move anyway. h3.
Salimova is not 100% sure, it seems. She's still looking for alternatives, I guess, even though it's hard to imagine what could be an alternative.
I mean, she moves h4, yeah? So, and b7 is kind of expected, so I think she will...
Yeah, and also with the pawn on b7, you know, you don't have much liberty with the pawn on b7, because maybe f4 is an actual threat. Rook b2, rook b5 is bad, right? Takes, and this pawn will... Rook b8.
I like my idea. If you play king e7 now to stop rook d8
f4,
and then f4.
f4 is good, yeah. I actually was also looking for the way to illustrate this. This is perfect, yeah. f4, rook f1, and one of the bishops is lost.
Yeah, there's no other way. h3 has to be there. And if, let's say, I give a check on a6, king g5, yeah?
Okay, I assume it's king g5.
And then takes. And then check on d5. King f4. Oh no, king f4 it's b8. So king h4.
And it's rook h6 checkmate.
Yeah, rook h6.
Wait a second.
Bishop f5 then. But in this
Bishop
is
f5, that
this is
means
different.
There's
no
perpetual
checkmate down
check,
there. You can
yeah?
play rook a5 if you want to, and then
a5. There's not only no checkmate, but also no perpetual check.
no perpetual,
which
no
is worse.
checkmate. Yeah.
Wait a second. How did we get to this?
Accidentally.
h3.
Check a6.
Pawn takes or yeah.
Check
you
a6
started
first.
with maybe king e7 needs to be played.
King e7.
I also guard d8 just in case. And no more checks as of now.
Yeah, I think you have to go to the 7 rank. That's right.
Yeah, king e7, also guarding this squares. Yeah, because king g5, pseudo-active move. Like that's like on an instinct I would go king g5. But then after this check, well, maybe you're not lost yet, but bishop h3 loses to rook d5.
Yeah.
And
Can we do
this
it again? Rook a6, king e7, if I can play f4 in this position. Yeah.
Somehow I'm afraid for our own king after bishop e4. That would be a way to lose maybe. Because b8, it's bishop g2 and h2 checkmate.
Yeah, that's not.
I'm not
the way to
sure
go.
like if all of that works, and I'm totally with you on this one. It looks like a white might have some. There is-
h3 and Koneru play rook g1. We were talking about it earlier, your move.
She did play rook g1.
Rook g1.
And then you convince me that it doesn't do anything, this rook g1, because white has no threats, right?
Yeah. But
And-
probably
but
we...
what did we do? Bishop d7 or something?
Something like that. Bishop d7.
Bishop d7 in order to like put the bishop on c6 potentially if the rook leaves. Yeah.
So probably... no, the other position we had the rook on b5. And now maybe after bishop d7 there is rook a8.
But yeah, but after rook a8 I can put the rook behind the pawn, and once again I feel like I'm surviving, and the next move is bishop c6. So
Yeah, what could be
it
that?
turns to be like super messy. You go rook g8 now, I guess, in order to attack the bishop.
Bishop f.
Bishop can actually move, and this one's still impossible. There is still a check. Oh no, wait, but now the other rook is free. Ah,
Probably bishop f2 is fine. Bishop... Oh no, but b8 is hanging, eh?
yeah. The bishop has
Yeah,
to
yeah,
has to
bishop
hold
has to be on the
b8.
diagonal.
So confusing. So confusing. I think this is, let's say, the evaluation that's currently, which is like quite slightly better. I feel like the game's not over. Something's going to change. Something's going to change. Because too many options. It seems that Salimova was holding for now, but, you know. So what did we say? Bishop d7.
Bishop d7. Probably...
There's also this check. I don't know if it does anything.
Yeah, probably check and then a5. Make a stairs.
You can do this, I guess. Threaten b8, so bishop has to drop to b8. Then a5.
Yep. Looks good.
It's still very hard to untangle the king side, though. Could be that bishop d8, bishop d7 is not the greatest move. Could be the white, the black has to do something else. I'll see. 7 minutes for Salimova. Yeah, I just realized I'm really looking at the camera, and sometimes by watching the players you can tell a lot about, if not objective evaluation of the position, but then at least how they think the position is.
Yeah.
Because sometimes, seriously, I'm getting carried away with this. Like, okay, the evaluation is such, and I'm thinking, okay, they both know, Koneru thinks it's slightly better. You don't know it all. Like, when you're playing the game, you think, okay, maybe I was winning, and then I let it slip, and then my opponent comes back, and in reality, you come back to your room, you check, and it was equal all the way, right? Sometimes this happens. Ooh, so... There is still enough tricks in this position. If Salimova goes like really low on time, it's still possible to like just blunder something. So it has to be the balance, like look for good moves, but also like play the move if you think it's the move to be played, right?
How good is white right now? The evaluation is siding to
0.7.
white.
I mean,
0.7.
0.7. No, the evaluation didn't change since many moves.
Oh, bishop d7 is played.
And again, as I was saying, like it's not easy to understand what this 0.7 means. Wow! Now white is winning apparently after bishop d7. I don't know how, but the evaluation jumped up. White is winning, so it wasn't the best move.
Interesting. So what could it be?
F4 doesn't make any sense. F4, bishop F4, right? Some rook H5 to try to resolve. But yeah, but I don't want to take on H3 anyway.
Yeah, rook
so
H5.
maybe our try, like give a check. King E7 we were playing, right? Oh wait, but there is also this, right? There's also this, and then after bishop b8 there is rook g8, and white's actually winning. Wow, it is one confusing position. Bishop d7, the evaluation jumped all the way to plus 2.5, 2.6. Which once again is... I guess white wins the bishop for a number of pawns, maybe.
So rook a6, let's say.
King e7.
King e7, yeah.
G6. And it seems you cannot go bishop b8. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Let's say you go somewhere. You go somewhere. There is a 5 a6, and you'll have the pawns like on a6 and b7, which is very close, and apparently there will be something. So I guess maybe that's the point. You know what? After this check, maybe I should not allow rook g6.
So
and check is played.
Check is played, yeah.
Maybe I should stay like that, so that there is no rook g6 with the tempo.
But probably now, what about rook a7?
Rook a7, so you're threatening b8. Then now I can go king e7.
King e6. Oh. Oh, also that position, I can play rook d1, yeah, instead of a5.
Which one? Here?
Yeah.
No? Check.
And then king g1.
And check. And this.
Unfortunately the rook is on a7.
No,
yeah.
I think this rook is like has to stay there.
Yeah.
But the a5 is good, in fact, because it's a5, a6, rook a8. It's a weird position. You can hardly believe that it's possible, but somehow it works. so that this one rook alone protects against all the tricks. And your rook a7 is clever because bishop c6 is impossible. Wait a second. So a check. Now if this, we said rook g6. If this, rook a7, and now
King e6.
King e6, maybe. But you can still perhaps do the same. a5, a6. Now the bishop is unpinned, right?
Something just happened. It's King f5.
Wait a second. Check and King f5. And after King f5, we had some. What was the trick? I remember there was something wrong with King f5.
Just rook b6.
Rook b6.
Because the bishop cannot participate now on d7.
Rook b6. You have to put the bishop on b8, and then maybe he just pushed the a pawn. You know what? Maybe you push the a pawn forward, and this is it, right? a5, a6, and then at some point there'll be too many forward, too many passed pawns. Like you go here, say rook comes behind, you go here.
Yeah, I think now the plan is clear. Yeah, you just try to distract everything with your passed pawns, and eventually one of the bishop will fall.
There's also g3 at some point, like g3 not to get checkmated, and the other rook is free.
So bishop b8 is on the board.
Rook b6, bishop b8 on the board.
Yeah, I like this a5, just very straightforward, and she did it.
Yeah, she does it. a5. So what black can do is take here, go check, and go back to e2. But then I can play rook g8, yeah? Yeah, rook g8 just wins.
Yeah.
Because it's one check, and then king f1, and this is it.
Yeah, wow, what a game actually.
Oof, that's a monster game.
It's very confusing too.
Monster game. It all started like after Salimova's g5. So she set the position on fire, and then every single move after that, there was some tactics, some tricks, so on and so on. And Koneru, despite we were praising her for like clean positional play,
it was not as easy. Yeah.
She played very well in these tactical complications, it seems. Maybe there was some missed win around the time trouble, but later on, she found all the tricky moves.
Yeah, most importantly is just to get the job done. Yeah, it's hard, and also with these two bishops, games are always very tricky.
Something's happening. I'm sorry. After bishop b8, white was winning.
a5,
and after a5, it's back to being 0.7. What's going on? What is going on here? I don't get it. Now we are back to this 0.7, 0.6 evaluation.
Oh, you know what? I saw one thing here. Like instead of a5, can you put it? Instead of f5, but hang on, I'm having second thought now.
I'm thinking rook d1, but the problem with rook d1 is there is no threat. No, it's nonsense. Apparently something was winning.
Rook h6?
Yeah, maybe. Rook h6 threatening this. I gotta play rook b2. Still not like 100% sure. I mean, you can take h3 and but it's not +3, right?
Or maybe it's just the computer line that shows it's what plus something plus 3 or 5, is it?
It was +3.
Okay.
Here, and after a5 it's back to almost. I mean, the basic evaluation, the 0.6, 0.7. So apparently there is like some way for black to get back in the game.
Right. But how, yeah?
Yeah, the big question is how do you get back in the game? It would be really
What about
would be really
rook
cool to get
A2 now?
the bishop on the diagonal. Yeah, rook
Rook
A2,
A2, A6, bishop A7.
bishop B8.
Takes, and then takes G2. I don't know. That position.
No, but the pawn is still alive, right?
Yeah.
So this, takes G2, rook G2. Nah, this is lost, I guess. Like relatively easy.
Yeah, it should be
rook
lost.
F8.
Whoa, we're actually we
Rook
might look
A2.
at this variation. Yeah, rook
Rook
A2,
A2 loses.
A6. A6 is already
A2
played.
loses, A2 and A6, and now there is no way back. There's no way back. Rook D1 could be. It's not even a threat. I mean that's the problem. Rook D1, you're not threatening to take the bishop because there is still a back rank problem. So Salimova was on kind of on last minute or something. Yeah.
What do you think about... Oh, king f4 is not even a move here. I think you can take h3. No, h3, king takes f3. If a6 now, king f4.
But where do we go? Okay, if white goes here.
e3 maybe, yeah?
She did
She
play
did it.
She did play it.
Yeah. Yeah, if check then... Or king g5... Or I don't know. Most likely not king g3 anyway.
Yes. Attacking the bishop. And it almost feels unfair that black doesn't have anything. Because the pieces are so nicely placed, but... Really,
but this is what I was thinking. Having the king around the f3, I can exchange the pawns with the bishop and have a6 as well, and then playing this rook and bishop against two rooks.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean.
Like move the bishop.
Move the bishop, probably to a2. Sorry, a7 to force it.
Yeah,
it doesn't really force anything though.
But, yeah, I can actually take h3. But yeah, let's pretend I go here.
Takes b8.
In some order, you take this guy, you take
G2.
this guy, rook G2,
Take a6.
take a6, rook B3. Still, the pawn survives and then white's winning.
King f4, yeah.
Maybe like that. Yeah, I agree.
Check around
the
the
king
back rank.
The king is not great. I'll check on the back rank, I'll get the king to h2 and then block on the g file and
go back again, yeah.
There could be some strange fortress or draw, but I don't know, computer is merciless. Computer says +4 and that probably means computer knows what it says. So how did I played rook f6. Maybe I shouldn't play rook f6. Can I take h3 here? That could be my chance. Just take the pawn on h3.
Take f3. Then you have to give it check, yeah?
Check over there.
King e3. e3, e4, I don't know.
No check on c6.
I just keep giving checks then. Because you grab the bishop on d7.
Yeah. Check, and now I thought king d2, but then there is actually this one. There's actually this one, yeah. Whoa, what a game. Now this is like a real Grand Prix game, like a lot of tension. Not like, because there've been games even in this tournament when there is like one critical moment and the game's over, and this one is tense for how many? For 50 moves already. And yes, we know Koneru is winning, but Salimova's fighting well, and also players, they do not have this understanding that black is lost now. So. But
you gotta try till the end.
Of course.
Yeah. Just keep testing your opponent until there's nothing left on the board. Yeah, then you
So we
can
said
take
this, and then after king f3 we go with checks. If it's not king f3.
If it's not king f3, then king e3.
Maybe take this guy. But then you just go rook g8, yeah. Yeah, I need to open the bishop, right? So that king e3.
Oh, there is one funny line actually. If rook g8 in that position, it's okay. Let's say you cooperate, yeah. Bishop g2. Just if you cooperate, like takes, and then check a1, and then if you play king h2,
yeah, king h2, king f3.
then that's gonna be
nice,
the blunder.
Yeah,
but you have rook
there is
g1,
rook
of course.
G1.
It's just
The
idea.
The position is incredibly funny. Yeah. Position is incredibly funny, but too many things black has to control. It's like this: 2 pawns, and also, like without this bishop, even if you win the rook for this bishop, then you're lost because like the pawns are too close. So yeah.
Yeah, it's hard still. I mean, yeah, Koneru might be able to find it. Oh, I just realized that Salimova's time is down to 48
she's down
seconds.
to like seconds.
Wow.
She's down to seconds. And for Koneru, it's 8 minutes left, but that's, once again, it's a critical position, so there might be like one of the last times that she can actually invest a few minutes.
And she's reaching for rook f6 check.
F6 check.
King e3 is already played instantly by Salimova. Yeah, this is not what we...
No, this is not. But
no, this is the fortress or what?
That one. Rook f8. That's your... But when you were trying to to reach this one. So how was it? Bishop, say, no, by the way, bishop a7.
It doesn't have any. Rook a8. Yeah, probably just bishop.
We'll see. King e3, rook f8 on the board. Rook f6, king e3.
Yeah, rook f8.
Rook f8 on the board. Now
let's play bishop g3, I guess, because you still cannot take the pawn.
Yeah, b8.
Okay.
Queen. Bishop takes. Rook takes. And then takes g2. Rook g2.
Oh, she took g2 first. Did we miss anything?
I don't know. We're about to find out. So takes g2 first. Rook takes g2.
But this is different now, yeah? It has to be rook a1 then.
Rook a1, rook g1, but I don't see the move.
Yeah, I don't see the move.
I think this is it.
I think she has to play the bishop first before doing things like this. Because now I don't...
Yeah, I think that's over. I think this is over. Maybe it was over anyway, but yeah, this after this sculpture.
Okay, check. Rook g1 only move.
Well, this...
and rook h6. But is it a draw?
No.
Rook h6, king, bishop h3.
No, bishop h3, king g3.
Yeah.
I was thinking this.
But then the king runs, yeah?
Yeah.
There's always rook e8 if necessary later. Just... Yeah, actually rook e8 here and wins. If rook f8, then rook b1 takes, and then...
No, rook e8 could be the only move to win, by the way. Rook e8, bishop e8, queen.
Actually, there is rook d8 as well. That should be winning too. But okay, this is just easier.
Rook e8, rook b1.
Takes.
And
then king g5, king f6.
G5, yeah.
Or I think you can also, yeah, king g5 wins just.
Yeah, but that's like not as clean, I would say.
So what's happening? Rook takes a6. Oh yeah, we might be looking at this variation. Rook a6 is already on the board. So need to make sure about, yeah, Koneru just needs to make sure about this, some perpetual or something. Yeah,
check
rook
that.
h6.
King g2. Check that. Don't go king f1 because bishop b5.
Yeah.
Right. No king f1 because black wins. King h2. Rook h6 check. King g3. Rook g6 checks. King h4. Now one more check would lead to king g5. Black has to take. And then we suppose it's rook e8. Bishop e8. b8 queen. How winning is it?
I think it's pretty much winning.
So queen a7 and queen e8 are both threatening.
Queen e5, many things, yeah. You cannot really.
I mean, you can take f3 because there've been instances people not being able to convert a queen versus rook. I understand it's a winning position, but there've been instances even on a very high level people couldn't win. So, like in terms of your best chance, it probably is it.
So if you're not sure about that, then just play rook d8. Yeah, I think that's easier.
Right. So, I don't know. I would promote the queen. So what's... There seemingly is no... Wait. Is there... Nah. Check from a1, yeah. I was thinking like something like rook g7 would be an alternative, but then rook a1, rook a2 is just a perpetual. No.
And
White
yeah,
has to
she
take.
takes the bishop.
White has to take.
Rook h6 will come soon.
Yeah, black, of course, has no other moves.
Yeah. All right. Salimova is having a minute on the clock. Again, rook e8 always works, yeah?
I guess. Yeah. And I go here.
Okay, rook
And you
h6,
promote.
king g2.
Okay, rook h6 check played.
Yeah, rook b8, rook h6, and then king g2. Yeah, she's gonna keep giving the checks.
Yeah, in fact that's a fair point. Do you play rook d8 or rook e8? Because rook d8, I'm still kind of I would be worried with white because rook endgame after all. Like, are we winning like this? No, this we go king g4, right?
Maybe king f4.
King
but
f4.
But king
yeah.
f4, rook f7, yeah.
Rook f7, king e5. King g5. No, but seriously, like from afar, do you really want to figure out if this endgame is winning or not?
But I mean, she just has to decide like one move before that.
Yeah.
So king g3 is already on the board.
Jack, king g3.
Yep, and rook g6 again.
Rook g6, king h4, logically.
Yep. And a new score sheet is being prepared there. They are reaching move 60 soon.
Ah, that's funny also, I just realized. After that, king f4, b8 comes with a check.
Yes.
b8 comes with a check.
King h4, so Koneru was not hesitant. She played that rather quickly too. Rook takes g1, and now it's the moment of truth, which rook move that Koneru will play. Rook e8,
check.
yeah, that's more certain for sure. Rook e8, yeah. I think she should be very confident to winning queen versus rook anyway. And there might be some chance that, I think in that position she will take the bishop. I thought she would just give some checks and then in order to get the rook on g1, but I think just taking the bishop is easier.
Yeah, the king. I intentionally played king f3 to make sure that I'm defending the rook. because I can't save both. Queen a7 is a threat. Like, I mean, I could try to give a check and then move the bishop, but I'm certain I'll lose it. By the way, the evaluation dropped dramatically. So according to the machine, rook d8, your move was
Oh,
stronger.
really?
Yeah, well, dramatically, it's still winning for white. It's 2.6. So
Yeah, that should be enough.
I wonder if... Wait a second. Check here. I just go king h2, right?
Yep.
Rook g8 and there is
Queen b3.
b3,
Yeah.
double attacking.
Right. Okay, so the last move in the position is Queen b8 still. And Salimova still hasn't moved. Okay, rook h1.
So b8, b8 queen. Somehow our board once again lagging behind a little bit. A check. Ah, wait a second. A check here. King g3. Maybe now you can move the bishop. But you'll lose it anyway, right?
Yeah, you will lose the bishop. The bishop is too far away from the king.
Well,
or maybe
actually,
bishop h5. That's the place. But there is king g2.
Queen e5
Queen
first.
e5 first. And then king g2 is coming.
Queen e5 first, and yeah, this is beyond salvation. Yeah,
Yes.
that's just lost.
Yeah, king g3 is already on the board after rook h1.
And she does go bishop h5, but that probably speeds up the game a little bit, because now there's a chance white wins the bishop and also does not lose his pawn. I guess, like, you should be able to... Oh wait, there is also like queen f4 check followed by queen e4 check.
No, you can get...
Or just king g2.
Just king g2,
immediately.
yeah.
Yeah, queen f4, king g2 wins.
And queen f5.
Because this one falls... Yeah, bishop f3, queen f3 was a check, so you just win the bishop for free. And king e2 is no different, right? Like here, king e2 is no different. You still go king g2. And via queen e5, you win the pawn.
To be honest, I'd still prefer queen e5. It just looks more... instead of queen f4. Because, yeah, it should be the same. But it's just that it's easy.
No, it's not, because here I can play king d3 and king g2 I'll take. I mean, I'm very serious about this, like winning queen versus rook. Like, if you ever try to win against the machine, it's not so easy. I know it's a winning position, but like in a practical game, I think queen f4 gives you the maximum, because you win the bishop for free. Black cannot take the pawn. You probably still can get it, like queen e5 and then more checks.
Queen
But
f4
yeah,
is
see,
on the board.
Koneru plays queen f4. Well, very powerful endgame play by Humpy Koneru. What can I say? And Salimova also deserves a credit. Game well fought.
Yeah, yeah.
She tried her best, found quite a lot of good ideas in terms of counterplay, and you know, like lack of time at some point, I think, also stopped her from saving this game. So very well fought, but bitter result at the end. Queen f4, king d3, and now after king g2, this one looks resignable.
Yeah, you're right. Wow, so it means that Koneru is also joining the leadership.
So it's a three-way tie.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a three-way tie on the top of a cross table. Goryachkina, Koneru, and Tan Zhongyi, yesterday's leader.
Yeah, and there is the resignation, and therefore round 4 is finally concluded. We have actually another three decisive results today, like yesterday too.
Yeah, so we are coming back to this
pattern.
storming the 50% mark in terms of decisive games.
Right. Let's see what happened with the pairings that we had today to see all the results of all the games. I think on the first board we have Goryachkina Aleksandra with her win against Tsolakidou Stavroula, and then it was
draw for Paehtz and Assaubayeva.
Yes, and then Conor Humpy,
We were just
a very good
one.
game, won against Nurgyul Salimova, and Kateryna Lagno suffered another loss against Batkhuyag Munguntuul, and also we have another draw, Divya Deshmukh versus Tan Zhongyi. And let's see the leaderboard after round number 4.
It's a three-way tie for the first, Tan Zhongyi, Koneru, and Goryachkina, and three-way tie for the last, Elisabeth Paehtz, Nurgyul Salimova, and, well, somewhat surprisingly, Kateryna Lagno.
And Batkhuyag Munguntuul and also Stavroula Tsolakidou, they are on 50% with 2 out of 4.
Yeah, so, and
Divya
is the only player on +1, I just realized. I've forgotten that Bibisara is also in plus.
So, okay, let's talk about what happened game by game, Miro. And the first game that finished today, it was Paehtz Elisabeth against Assaubayeva Bibisara. It was quite an uneventful game, to be honest. And then on the second game...
Second was Lagno lost to Munguntuul, somewhat surprising. Very nice position straight from the opening, missed the chance perhaps, and then absolutely fallen apart.
Yep, and then followed the third game that was finished. It was Divya versus Tan Zhongyi. It was interesting at first, but somehow everything was simplified and they agreed to make a draw.
Well, in terms of quality of games, I guess Goryachkina's game against Stavroula Tsolakidou stands out. Well, nicely played opening by Aleksandra Goryachkina, and, well, flawless technique. What would seem like no chance for Stavroula, and Goryachkina walks away with a win.
And the cherry on the top of today's round is the game between Conor Humpy versus Salimova. It was such an interesting battle. Our hats were spinning. It was very confusing, but it was worth a Grand Prix game, right? It was a really nice game by Koneru, a good conversion till the end, and they are now successfully, entering the middle game, as you said.
Yeah.
And tomorrow we will be back on round number 5, the last round before the rest day.
Yeah, so 5th round. Will be very entertaining as all the rounds that we've witnessed before. So, same time, same place.
See you tomorrow.
Join us tomorrow.
Thanks for watching.